Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Attack on Prime in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 61, Getting Acquainted Part 3. Levi could only stare as he brought his tea with him to go and find Hanji. What he didn't expect was him finding Optimus in his bipedal mode standing outside of the port. Levi grumbled to himself as he trudged upward to talk to the Prime, and that was when he saw it. He saw Hanji wide awake and smiling as she was explaining a theory to Wheeljack, who was listening rather intently and typing some of the information down on a weird blue screen in his actual form. "How long have they been at it?" Levi asked the Prime. "They started last night," Optimus explained, "but it seems that they have not stopped since then." "Should we separate them?" Levi asked him. "I am uncertain," Optimus admitted, considering Hanji's investment in the situation. "She has shit to do today," Levi reminded, Four Eyes. Levi was stunned when Hanji basically ignored him as Wheeljack explained his own theory. "Four Eyes." Levi called out again, but was still ignored. "I am more surprised that Wheeljack is willing to interact with a commanding officer like this," Optimus admitted. "He didn't respect you," Levi assumed. "He doesn't respect military officials very often," Optimus explained. Bulkhead explained that it was due to their cowardice. "That another bot?" Levi asked, earning a nod from the Prime. "Wheeljack hasn't stopped?" Arky questioned as she walked up to them in her bipedal mode. "No," Optimus answered. "Figures," Arky sighed. "You have no idea how long he was preoccupied with rebuilding the jackhammer when Cybertron was restored." "Can you get him to stop?" Levi demanded. "Four Eyes has shit to do today." "Wheeljack, I want to go back to the ship," Arky told him. Wheeljack stopped talking to Hanji and turned to Arky. "Give me 2 minutes." "I know what 2 minutes lead to and I want to head back," Arky declared. "We haven't refueled since 5 planets ago." "But I have the notes," Wheeljack reassured as he set Hanji down on the ground and showed her the datapad. "I can bring the jackhammer and we can continue talking about it later." "Okay," Hanji whined. Wheeljack transformed into his alt mode and drove off with Arky transforming and following close behind. "We got through so much," Hanji cried. "Wheeljack is so cool." "I think we should be worried about how much time they spent together," Levi informed Optimus in a hushed tone as she cried. "Agreed," Optimus said. Pike was so tired as she walked into the military compound. After what she saw last night, she couldn't sleep. She stayed awake in bed, paranoid out of her mind. How could she not? A shadow suddenly appeared in her home and disappeared as if nothing happened. She couldn't let that go, but she couldn't really tell anyone. She didn't know how to. Even if she did, she would no doubt be experimented on like Annie was. Annie was not okay. That much was clear. Whatever Marley did to Annie, she did not want them doing that to her. Hopefully there wasn't much of an incident afterwards. Meanwhile, Zeke handed Megatron the papers in regards to the Attack Titan in his office. Megatron browsed through it, but found nothing that was truly useful. Most of the information was based on when the Attack Titan went missing, and why nothing was really done about it at the time. In addition, they somehow managed to keep it a secret from enemy forces. It only got out after the mission failed on the island. "This is information I essentially know," Megatron told him in his regular voice. "That was the access that I was able to get so far," Zeke explained. "To be honest, Marley saw the Attack Titan as one of the weaker Titans. The only way the Attack Titan really had a tactical use was if it was trained very well in the art of combat. It couldn't copy specific abilities like the female Titan could, or having animalistic features like the Beast Titan. I suppose that explains why this pathetic excuse of a military didn't bother sounding the alarm when the Attack Titan went missing all those years ago," Megatron concluded. "This country is full of utter fools." "Guess it's not really useful to you," Zeke sighed. Megatron glanced over at Zeke and noticed a bitter expression on his face. "There has to be some more classified documents. Do you know where they might be kept?" Zeke thought it over. "Underground in the science division of the military base. It's far, and heavily guarded. Even if you managed to get there, I doubt that you'd find anything about the Attack Titan." "You are an Eldian," Megatron reminded. "I'm certain that they kept some secrets from you." "I know most of them," Zeke admitted, I knew someone who worked as a researcher. An old acquaintance perhaps? Megatron pressed. Sure, Zeke answered as he faced the window, we can call it that. Megatron grew suspicious of that, but decided not to comment on it. Tell me more about the underground facility. So how was spending time with the Survey Corps? Wheeljack asked as he examined the outside panel at the top of the neutral ship. It was interesting, Archie replied while sitting next to Wheeljack's toolbox. In a bad way? Wheeljack asked. Just interesting, Archie explained. Some of those Survey Corps members look like Jack's age when I first met him, but they looked fully ready to attack me the moment I made a bluff about killing Optimus. Screwdriver, Wheeljack said as he held out his servo. Archie handed him the screwdriver and the wrecker began to unscrew the panel on the ship. Levi threatened me that if I so much as laid a finger on Optimus that he would kill me, Archie added. Hanji asked me a bunch of questions about me and I asked questions about Optimus and Megatron. Anything else interesting? Wheeljack asked. Showed off my shooting skills, Archie commented, and that girl who saw us, Sasha, practically begged me to teach her how to use a gun. Wheeljack pulled off the panel to reveal the wiring. Maybe teach her? They're kids, Archie retorted, they shouldn't even know how to use a gun. I mean, if they're talking about killing us so easily then they might have killed before, Wheeljack assumed. I can't imagine that, Archie admitted, it's like imagining Jack trying to take a life. It was already bad enough when Maiko killed Hardshell at 15. She did save my tailpipe, Wheeljack retorted. And she wouldn't have needed to do that if you didn't bring her along on that revenge spree, Archie reminded. Fair, Wheeljack said as he handed her the screwdriver back. They're all really protective of Optimus, Archie declared as she took the tool back. Do you need a wrench? Yeah, the small one, Wheeljack answered. And it's clear that they don't have the technology to control him, Archie continued as she handed Wheeljack the wrench. Didn't Megatron lie to him when he lost his memory? Wheeljack recalled. That theory falls flat because I heard that Optimus arrived on this world a month before Megatron, Archie explained, and Bumblebee and I saw Megatron leaving the planet after Optimus became one with Primus. Archie groaned to herself. It feels like no matter how much I try to put logic and reasoning to determine that it's not Optimus, there's evidence to state that it is. I mean, how the slag did Optimus instantly arrive on this world after becoming one with Primus? Wheeljack questioned. That's pretty reasonable to be cautious. But other than that, I don't know, Archie confessed. Wheeljack used the wrench to tighten one of the bolts. I can spend the rest of the day with them. Wheeljack, what about getting communication to work? Archie reminded. Right now, I'm just seeing what parts might work on the ship, Wheeljack admitted. I actually wanted to talk to Hanji about advancing weapons. Seriously, I never thought I would have fun with a commanding officer. I'm sure that if I asked her if she wanted to blow something up, she would agree. Don't blow anything up, Archie advised. About the Survey Corps, it's better to just play nice. Even if they are humans, we don't know what they're fully capable of. They outnumber us and we don't know the full extent of those Titan powers. Fine by me, Wheeljack shrugged. Megatron watched two soldiers pass by under him and waited for them to round the corner before walking down the hall in Marley uniform. He looked down at the stopwatch, noting that he only had 45 minutes left until his lunch break was over. He made sure to never eat around the humans and went off into seclusion, so the human at this moment would think that he would prefer to be alone. It should buy him enough time to find the archives of this place and any information pertaining to the attack Titan, along with any other important finds. Megatron made a left down the hall and passed by the clear window to see the Merlians studying the part of his armor that Lionheart managed to cut off. He grumbled in annoyance as he continued onward, knowing that it wasn't his objective, and knowing that the Merlians wouldn't be able to find anything. Megatron turned another corner and saw doors to a room that were left unattended. Megatron checked the hallway before walking over to the door and peering through the window. Megatron saw a bunch of files unattended. This was almost too easy at this point. Heavily guarded his aft. These humans were so primitive. Megatron pulled out metal tweezers and picked the lock before entering the room. He shut the door behind him before looking at the massive stacks of information. By the Allspark, this was going to be difficult to go through. It's moments like these where he wished Soundwave was here. Megatron saw the stopwatch and noticed that he had 40 minutes, so he made his way through the files. Believe it or not, it was quite valuable, albeit outdated due to the Energon experimentation. The card Titan could remain in Titan form for months on end. The Beast Titan takes on the form of any animal pertaining to the user's taste. The female Titan has been experimented on for decades. They were trying to see if it can adapt the usage of other Titan powers. But there was little information about the Attack Titan. Why was that? Megatron continued browsing through the files when he stumbled across a research book with the Eldian star on it. Megatron grabbed it and opened it to reveal that this was research on the Titan powers, by an Eldian. Tom Ksaver. Megatron read the name of the author. It didn't make sense. Why would Merlians let an Eldian come this close to the research? Megatron read further into the book and found a lot of information about the power of the Titans. He found one section of the book titled Body Structures which seemed to catch his attention. It seems according to my research and past memories that the powers of the founding Titan can not only alter memories, but body structures as well. When a plague ravaged the entire world and caused the population to plunge, the king used his powers to alter the genetic code of all Eldians, making them immune to the disease. The founding Titan altered the bodies of the subjects of Ymir. No matter their location in the world, they appear to all be connected through the powers of the Titans. Megatron was perplexed. If the power of the Titan could alter the genetics of the Eldians to be immune to new diseases, wouldn't it make sense to find a way to stop the power of the Titans overall? Megatron shook his head at that. He's thinking too idealistically. Why would Marley want to give up the power of the Titans? Especially now with the Energon being tampered with? Megatron looked at the stopwatch. He had 25 minutes left. Megatron debated whether or not to take thing information and run, but someone would notice it would be gone, right? Megatron heard the door open and quickly hid behind a stack of papers and boxes. He heard small chatter and rummaging and tried to listen in. We will be testing all the Titan shifters in the field soon enough, Magath declared as Calvi searched for some files. Good, because our next target is a ground army in another military fortress, Calvi declared. Testing the newfound might of the Titans may very well put an end to the war and accelerate our efforts back to Paradise. Hopefully, Magath agreed. We would also need to test out the pure Titans, Calvi declared, see if the Wonder Boy can control them. Sir, we've seen how unstable these pure Titans are, Magath reasoned, it could be unleashed on our men and kill them by mistake. Casualties of war then, Calvi proclaimed, the Titans needs to be tested. And what if Zeke Yeager can't control it? Magath demanded. Megatron raised an eyebrow at Magath's insistence and defiance. Why did he care so much? Then we run more experiments and tests, Calvi declared. We can probably put the Eldians in paralysis with the toxic gas and have them paralyzed until Zeke screams. Megatron's head snapped at that. They wanted to utilize sleeper agents with toxic gas? He thought that the transformation was instant once Eldians were injected with the spinal fluid. But there is still Energon still in the gas, which could do damage to the Merlians if something goes wrong, Magath reasoned. We must test it out regardless, Calvi declared. We could have the Eldians drink the serum if you want. Megatron thought that was completely disgusting. That came from another human's spine. Humans were horrid creatures. But this was new. The idea of sleeper agents being activated at the sound of the Beast Titan's screams, or administering a gas for the Eldians to inhale, that was biological warfare. Megatron stared at the book in his hand before deciding to put it in his pocket. He could read this and put this back after writing the important information down. He heard the door open and peered his head slightly over the boxes to see that no one was in the room. This opened up new possibilities, and made him more cautious of Zeke than ever before. If all Eldians were connected and the serum couldn't be automatically activated, there's a chance that the island might not be safe. Wheeljack arrived back at the port in the jackhammer with Archie in tow. He landed a good distance away before opening the ship and stepping out. The wrecker examined his surroundings before walking over to the port. He noticed that the port was alive and active, and suddenly felt uncomfortable. He was so used to having the ingrained rule of not showing himself around the humans. He still broke that rule a few times on Earth with a few passers-by, but this was a whole gaggle of humans, and Archie told him that they didn't even bat an optic at her. Wheeljack rubbed the back of his helm. What should he do about this for now? Maybe he could talk to Hanji, but where was she? What are you doing here? Someone demanded. Wheeljack looked down to see the unamused expression of Levi looking back at him. Wheeljack shrugged. Thought I could talk to your commander, but I don't know where she is. And where's the other one? Levi demanded. In the ship, Wheeljack answered as he pointed at the jackhammer. So mind telling me where Hanji is? Busy, Levi answered. Okay, Wheeljack said, thanks for the update, Shorty. Call me fucking Shorty again, you can say goodbye to your ship, Levi growled in anger. Whatever you say, Sunshine, Wheeljack shrugged with a smirk, not even bothered by the threat. Levi didn't reply to that as Wheeljack attended to his ship. He was going to break this bastard's kneecaps. Zeke returned to his office with a stack of reports when he noticed Matthew lying on the couch reading another book. You're back, Zeke remarked. Your world's security is extremely primitive, Matthew remarked in his normal voice, and even from your extensive list of information, I found nothing in regards to the attack Titan. Zeke sighed. He should have expected this. Sorry to disappoint. Zeke set the papers on his desk. I guess that means that our agreement is off. I will answer one question in regards to your brother, Matthew declared. Zeke was startled at that. You will? But you didn't find anything. We did find something, which was nothing, Matthew retorted as he sat up. I would advise you to take advantage of the situation before I change my mind. Although I won't tell you anything that might be considered a perceived weakness. Matthew chuckled at that. I'm certain even you'd be able to spot it. What does Eren look like? Zeke jumped at the opportunity. What? Matthew was perplexed by the question. What does he look like? Zeke asked again, how tall is he? His eye color? Stuff like that. Matthew raised an eyebrow at that before a sense of recognition came to them. I see. You wish to know what he looks like so that you can kidnap him without any issue. What? No, Zeke shot down. Photos don't exist on the island, and Reiner didn't really give a detailed explanation about his appearance in his report. And, I've never seen him, in his human or Titan form. I would really want to know. Zeke noticed that Matthew was just staring at him, causing him to slightly shrink under his gaze. He hoped the Titan didn't think that he was lying. He knew nothing about Eren, and he just really wanted to know about his brother. Even if it was something so minuscule. He's the spitting image of his mother, Matthew told him. Zeke was extremely relieved at that. He didn't look like Grisha. He genuinely wished he looked more like his mother. But, may I ask another question? Zeke asked him. Depends on the question, Matthew answered him. It doesn't deal with Eren's weaknesses, Zeke insisted, I just wanted to know where his mother's ideologies lied. Zeke saw the neutral expression on his face, and assumed that he didn't know. I guess you wouldn't really know that. Sorry I asked. Zeke walked over to his paperwork as Matthew stood up. He walked over to the door. Zeke was about to start writing when Matthew spoke. His mother believed that he was already great, Matthew explained, because he was born into the world. Zeke was stunned at that, and wanted to ask more questions, but Matthew was out the door before he could say anything. Wheeljack was tapping his foot along to the music that Archie was playing in the ship. Wheeljack noticed that Archie was browsing through some pictures on the monitor, since he already had the datapad on him and was going over notes about the ships. He's been waiting for a while here, since Levi wasn't exactly comfortable with the two of them here. Archie thought it would be best to play nice, so that's what he'll do. He's got nothing to hide anyway. Wheeljack noticed something out of the corner of his optics and turned to see someone hiding. He didn't pay any mind to it as he continued his work. When he noticed them out of the corner of his optic again, he decided to stop what he was doing and walk over to their hiding spot. He looked behind the trees to see 6 Survey Corps members, 3 of them whispering to each other. Hey, Wheeljack greeted. They all stopped and looked up at the Titan, feeling awkward about their predicament. It was Sasha's idea. Connie pointed at Sasha. It was not. Sasha exclaimed as she pushed Connie's face. Captain Levi wanted us to tell you to turn the music down. Mikasa spoke to him, not sure if what she was hearing constituted as music. It's not me playing the music. It's Archie, Wheeljack explained. Can you tell her to turn it down? Jean asked, Levi's irritated by it. Wheeljack shrugged and walked over to the jackhammer before knocking on the side of the entrance. See, that captain guy wants you to turn down the music. It's not even that loud, Archie complained. Then I'll just shut the door, Wheeljack told her before pressing a switch on the side. Wheeljack stepped away as the door to the jackhammer shut, muffling the noise that came from within. So, that's music? Armin asked. Wheeljack turned to see the Survey Corps walking towards him and his ship with caution. Well, it's music from Earth. Humans there sent us a bunch of playlists for us to listen to before we left Cybertron. Some of them are good. What type of music is there? Jean asked. A lot, Wheeljack explained. I'm pretty sure that these genres don't even exist on Cybertron. Although, Maiko made sure no country music got on here. She was adamant about that. Got a favorite? Sasha asked him. They're all pretty good, I can't just pick off the top of my head, Wheeljack answered. I'll play a few of my favorites when Archie's done with the jackhammer. So, you made this? Aaron asked Wheeljack as he pressed his hand against the side of the ship. Well, I rebuilt it, Wheeljack admitted. First time I got it, it was worn down and needed a slag ton of repairs. It was worth it though. Been traveling in the jackhammer for eons when Cybertron went dark. Could you tell us about it? Armin asked with eagerness. Your travels, I mean. Wheeljack noticed their rather eager faces and shrugged. He didn't really see any problem with it. Sure. Neutral ship. Hanji was talking to Optimus about some of the information she was discussing with Wheeljack about the ship's communications on the main deck. Optimus was doing what he could to keep up with the ramblings, but Hanji was so fast that he was struggling to keep up. He was happy that she was eager, but at the same time he was terrible with technology. Commander, I understand your excitement, but could you slow down? Optimus requested. Oh. Sorry. Hanji apologized. I'm just really excited to share what I've learned and my own ideas. Hanji continued to explain the material at a slower pace, but still with that same level of excitement. Optimus continued to listen to her speak, not paying attention to the footsteps coming their way. How are you this loud? Megatron demanded as he entered the room they were in. It's science, Buckethead. Bite me. Hanji challenged. Hanji, Optimus scolded. Hanji brushed her hair back and took a deep breath. Got a little intense. I'm sorry, but Wheeljack's giving me so much. If you utter another word, I will take your notes from you, Megatron warned. Hanji clutched her notes to her chest. Don't you fucking dare. What happened? Optimus asked Megatron. Turns out the Titans can be used for biological warfare, Megatron explained. Biological warfare? Hanji repeated in confusion. In what regard? Optimus asked. I overheard the humans talking when I snuck into their archives to gather some more intel about the attack Titan, Megatron explained. They talked about utilizing a Titan gas that would immobilize the Eldians until the Beast Titan screamed. They could be snuck into a military fort as sleeper agents and activated the moment that happens. So Titan transformation isn't always instantaneous, Hanji surmised. Does that only qualify for the gas form of the Titan serum, or could that apply to the liquid as well? They didn't go into details about that, Megatron explained, but I would choose to consider it an option. Hanji thought the information over, almost as if she was recalling something. If that's the case, Zeke could possibly carry a gas tank with him and inject any Eldians he wanted to put under his control. If Zeke were to ever come to the island, then we would have to quarantine him and keep him as far away from military as possible. Our best bet would be to put him underground or the forest of giant trees. Hanji pulled out her notebook and began to jot down some notes. I'll bring this up with Pixis and Zachary so we can find out a solution. Anything else? They intend to test out if the Beast Titan can control the new Energon Titan, Megatron explained. Oh, Hanji froze. That's bad. Do you know the location they intend to conduct this test? Optimus asked. I'll find out tomorrow, Megatron answered. Once I do, I'll view the battle from afar to see the results. Or, Hanji interrupted as she stood up, we could ask Wheeljack to go in your place. Hanji, I do not know if that is wise, Optimus remarked. Considering the Wrecker's destructive and impulsive behavior, what's to stop him from jumping into the fight? Megatron added. Says the guy willing to start a fight with anyone over the slightest glance his way, Hanji shot back. Feeling confident now, are we? Megatron said as he showed his claws. Enough, Optimus warned him. Look, Megatron, I don't see why you would think of it as such a big deal, Hanji admitted. If anything, it gives you a break to do whatever the hell you want. And Wheeljack has his datapad which can make videos. I think that's how you pronounce them. Anyway, he can watch the fight for us from a safe distance, make a video on that fight and bring it back to us so we can watch it and create battle strategies around it. I'll ask Wheeljack about it when Optimus and I go back to the port. Megatron didn't reply to that and lower his arm in response. Optimus was taken aback by that, but didn't let it show on his face. I need to retrieve some Energon, Optimus explained as he walked past Megatron. He stopped at the door before looking back at Megatron. Behave, Optimus ordered in Cybertronian. Megatron rolled his optics as the Prime left the room. Megatron then turned back to Hanji, who was looking back at him with a smug look on his face. What? Megatron demanded, not wanting to deal with her nonsense. Nothing. Hanji smiled as she rested her chin on her hands. You clearly have something to say, so spit it out, Megatron demanded. Hanji gave a mischievous smile and chuckled. You took my advice. What? Megatron demanded. Did you really think that I wasn't going to ask Mikasa to give me a full report about what happened in Hizuru? Hanji asked him as she leaned back against the console. Then I'm assuming that you want to yell at me for injuring her during the fight I had with her, Megatron hissed. Not really, Hanji admitted, you're an ass, but I assume that you express yourself best when you fight. No, what surprised me was that you apologized to her later, and got her something to eat. That's awfully considerate of you. And I'm assuming that you're going to blackmail me with this information, Megatron groaned. Oh, absolutely not, Hanji insisted. In hindsight, that would be counterproductive. But I'm bringing this up to say that I'm glad. You took my advice and made sure that Mikasa was safe, and no one is going to say it to you for obvious reasons, but we are grateful. Thank you, Megatron. Hanji could tell that Megatron was uncomfortable with the compliment. The Titan must not be used to positive interaction and praises. Well, considering that he lived a life where everyone wanted to kill him and he killed people in return, it would just foster a negative environment. So, Hanji continued, I'm going to do you a favor. Megatron eyed her with suspicion. Why? To pay you back for protecting Mikasa, Hanji answered, consider it an exchange. And what exactly would that favor be? Megatron demanded. Telling you Archie and Wheeljack's schedule, Hanji explained, where they are on the island, when they come back to the ship, etc. That's a rather foolish move on your part, Megatron commented. I could very easily use that to my advantage and kill the two of them. It wouldn't be hard. You could have killed them when they agreed to stay, but you didn't, and we both know why you won't, Hanji retorted. And why bother doing this? Megatron demanded. For everyone's sake, Hanji explained in a serious tone, you fucked up. You killed so many people. You made enemies, and I'm sure Wheeljack and Archie are just waiting for the right moment to just kill you and be done with it. That could cause a lot of damage and lower our chances at survival. We need you alive, and we need them alive, so avoiding each other is the best option. It doesn't seem like they will attack unless provoked, and I want to use that to our advantage. What's to stop you from sabotaging me in all of this? Megatron asked her, why should I even trust that you would help me in this situation? Nothing, Hanji answered, you have no reason to trust me, just like I had no reason to trust you when you went to Hizuru with Mikasa. But I decided to put my trust in you, which is why I ultimately agreed to let Mikasa go there. So I'm asking you, to trust me with this. Megatron narrowed his optics. If you sabotage me, I will kill you. Hanji smiled at that, knowing that it was an agreement. Thank you for putting your trust in me. Megatron didn't reply to that as he left the room to return to his berth. He passed Optimus down the hall, ignoring the Energon cube Optimus offered him. Optimus sighed in response and placed the cube back on the table before returning to main deck to see Hanji taking notes. Did he behave himself? Optimus asked Hanji. He just glared at me the whole time, the usual, Hanji replied with a smile. Later that night, Hanji continued to go over her notes as Optimus drove back towards the port. She had some other notes sitting in the passenger's seat that she wanted to store and share with Wheeljack for safekeeping. I was also thinking about remodeling the 3D gear, combining aspects to make it more equipped to fight Titans and humans, Hanji explained, like in the coup with Kenny and those guns he had. We could do something like that. Hanji, I understand your excitement, but you do need a break, Optimus insisted. Says the one pulling all-nighters, Hanji retorted without looking up from her notes. Hanji, Optimus said. Fine, Hanji groaned as she put her notes aside, this is just really exciting for me. I understand, Optimus told her. I was thinking about contingency plans in the event your home is contacted and they don't think that it's you, Hanji admitted. I don't want them killing you or taking you against your will. Is there any way that you can prove to them who you are? There are a few methods that could work, Optimus answered. However, the most absolute solution would be the utilization of the Star Saber. Because you're the only one who can use it, Hanji surmised, is our word really not enough for them? It is not about your word, Optimus insisted. Humans in the past have stolen Cybertronian technology and biology for their own personal gain. And with the Merlians and their use of Energon, there is no telling how they would react. Do you know what they're going to do to Megatron once they contact Cybertron? Hanji asked him. They will most likely execute him, Optimus answered. Hanji sighed. How are you and him? Do you guys still hate each other? I do not know where we stand, Optimus confessed. Do you want him to die? Hanji asked him. Optimus trailed off. Before Optimus could give a reply, the two noticed the jackhammer seated at the edge of the port. They saw Wheeljack explaining something to the Survey Corps, who were intently listening to his story. Optimus let Hanji out his alt mode before he transformed into his bipedal mode. I guess they're getting acquainted, Hanji remarked to Optimus. He's been telling war stories non-stop, Levi explained. I managed to get the brats back to work, but that only lasted 2 hours before they came running back here. Hanji snorted at that. So what's he talking about? Some battle at Darkmount, Levi pronounced as best as he could, a lot of stories about him blowing shit up. Wheeljack throws caution to the wind, Arky commented as she finally emerged from the ship and sat down. Hanji noticed the data pad she placed next to her, and saw a photograph of 3 teenagers. Before Hanji could get a better look, the screen went dark. I am glad to see that you and Wheeljack are getting more acquainted, Optimus told the two-wheeler. Well, it's going to be a while until we contact Cybertron, Arky admitted, might as well get acquainted. Oh, really? Hanji asked with interest. No, Arky shot down, causing Hanji to slump with defeat. Optimus then threw Megatron into the reactor, disabling the cannons. Wheeljack continued explaining, other forces ended up firing their weapons at Darkmount and the whole thing came crumbling down. Wow! Connie exclaimed with a smile. Overall it was a fun day, Wheeljack chuckled. But the fusion cannons and the reactor were up at the top of Darkmount, Armin recalled. How did Optimus throw Megatron there? And isn't Buckethead twice his size? Sasha added. Perhaps we should end this soon, Optimus suggested, trying to stop the answer from coming out of Wheeljack's mouth. Oh, that was because Optimus could fly, Wheeljack answered. Arky was confused when everyone's faces turned to shock and surprise. She glanced over at Optimus, who looked ready run away and fast. Hanji snapped her head back to Optimus and looked ready to kill him. What? Hanji demanded in an ominous tone. Optimus could fly, Wheeljack repeated as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Wait, none of you guys knew. How could we? Levi challenged in anger as he looked back at Optimus. You never bothered to tell us. Why do you think we're cautious? Arky told them. I lost the ability when I arrived on this world, Optimus retorted. It would be meaningless to tell you about something I no longer had. Bullshit. Hanji shouted. You could fly. Jean, Connie, and Sasha yelled. I can no longer fly. Optimus insisted. He also was bulkier and had a machine gun, Wheeljack added, enjoying the chaos stemming from his answer. You had a machine gun? Eren demanded. Optimus sighed. I did, but I no longer have it. You better give us a valid fucking explanation. Besides, I lost it when I got here, Levi ordered. I do not, Optimus confessed. I hate you, Levi told him. I have a picture, Archie told them, deciding to add fuel to the fire. Show us. Hanji ordered while Optimus stared with worry. Archie activated the datapad and swiped her digit through the pictures before pulling up the one on Optimus 2.0. She put it on the ground, and everyone cluttered around the datapad to see the picture. Oh cool. Connie exclaimed. Oh gross. Sasha yelled. You look uncomfortable, Mikasa commented. Who the fuck cares? Levi shouted before turning back to Optimus, where the fuck was this 3 years ago? Do you know how much shit we could have found out if you still had that? We wouldn't have needed Buckethead. This was beyond my control. Optimus retorted. You're in so much trouble. Hanji shouted, how dare you keep this from me? I thought we were friends. Wheeljack and Archie continued to watch the chaos unfold before looking at each other. Guess this rules out the humans rebuilding him, Wheeljack remarked. Guess it does, Archie nodded. Meanwhile, Erwin's home. The serum can't be activated until Zeke screams. Nile asked. That's what I heard, Megatron replied, but it does mean that Marley can utilize sleeper agents on unsuspecting Eldians until further use. And this can be in gas, or liquid form, Erwin realized as he turned his attention to the unopened wine bottle. Kenny followed Erwin's gaze and nearly puked. That's disgusting. Kenny shouted. This wine has been distributed to the innermost walls. Erwin stood up and grabbed the wine. The entire military could be infected with this, and Zeke can scream whenever he wants once he's on the island. Erwin set the wine down on the table and ran his hand through his hair. The military's been compromised. We have to tell someone. Nile proclaimed as he stood up, we have to warn Zachary and Pixis. With what evidence? Megatron reminded, all we have is hearsay. Then I'll gather evidence, Nile declared. Whenever I would pass by those restaurants in the interior, I would see Yelena leaving. The military has still been tracking Yelena's activity. I can compile a report. Then do so, Megatron told him. Fine, Nile hissed as he grabbed his coat. I'll be back as soon as possible with what I've gathered. Erwin nodded his head as Nile left his house. He then picked up the wine and showed it to Megatron. Did Hanji and the Survey Corps drink this? Why would I bother to? Do you know or not? Erwin cut Megatron off, startling Kenny. I don't know, Megatron answered. Kenny, find out if they did, Erwin ordered the Ackerman. Whatever, Kenny replied. Erwin grimaced as his hand tightened around the wine once again. Why would Zeke do this? For power, Megatron answered, as if it was the most obvious thing. Zeke only has 3 years left to live, Erwin reminded. He has power, and Marley military might. He has all the power he needs to just take the founding Titan by force. Why is he going through all of this trouble to gain the island's trust only to do this? He said he wanted to free Eldia, but this is enslavement. There has to be a reason for all of this deception. Megatron thought over what he should say next before sighing. I noticed that the Beast Titan was invested in anything I had to say about Prime's pet. I promised him information about the pet in exchange for information about the Attack Titan. For some reason, there was no information. I even searched myself. Even so, I offered him one question, and the Beast Titan asked what his brother looked like. When I told him that he was the spitting image of his mother, he was visibly relieved. Zeke hates his father, Erwin concluded. We know that Grisha wanted to free Eldia and put them back into power. But it was something Zeke never agreed to. Maybe he's worried that Grisha forced his ideology onto Eren. But the guy wanted to free Eldia, and the Titans' followers are saying the same thing, Kenny added as he walked over to the kitchen. Maybe the Titans got a different idea of freedom. Do you think so? Erwin asked Megatron. I know so, Megatron answered. It's clear that the Beast Titan wants to do something to the Eldians in the name of freedom, but in order to do that, he wants Prime's pet to fully cooperate with him. That would have to be why the Beast Titan is so invested in him. He wants him on his side. Aaron stared at his notes, tapping his pencil against the table in his bedroom while his other hand rested on his head. Optimus did get him the notebook like he promised, and he had been writing down his visions as often as he could. He tried to organize it in a neat fashion, but the visions were starting to become more chaotic. He couldn't make it make sense. Aaron rubbed the back of his neck. The one thing he couldn't understand was why. Why couldn't he just tell Optimus about it? He would know what to do, right? Aaron clutched his head as a vision became clearer. It was of a man with blonde hair, but that blonde hair suddenly shifted into gray. He was wearing glasses and it looked like he was saying something. But, why did he look so much like his dad? Chapter 62, Sympathy. Magath watched the soldiers run away in fear from afar as Annie and Reiner trampled them with quickness and ease. One of the anti-Titan cannons fired at Reiner, but the Titan shifter didn't even flinch as the shell shattered on contact with his armor. Reiner roared as he grabbed the cannons and threw them at parts of the fortress they were attacking, causing the building to crumble. Meanwhile, Pike was running faster than anticipated in her Titan form with the Panzer unit on her back, continuously firing at enemy forces. She skidded to a stop while the unit on her back fired at another group of soldiers. They continued to fire while Pike stomped them out and leveled some of their bunkers. This display, it was incredible and terrifying. The Titans have become significantly more powerful that the new Titan weapons the Middle Eastern Alliance were making were practically useless. The way that things were even going right now, they might not even need to send in human soldiers onto the battlefield ever again. Guess those metal Titans were a blessing and a curse. Commander Magath, his lieutenant spoke, what about the Beast Titan and the Abomination? Magath glanced over to see Zeke grabbing the boulder and crushing it in his hands before throwing it at enemy forces, obliterating them all. He had no choice. The Titan needed to be tested out. Send it in, Magath ordered. Zeke continued to throw rocks with ease, genuinely feeling so alive. Being in a Titan form like this, it felt so powerful. Zeke then heard a loud and familiar chaotic cry and looked to see the Energon Titan in their lab being released. It ran around chaotically, attacking a group of humans running in fear. The Titan chomped down on their bodies and violently tore them to shreds before devouring their remains. The confidence that Zeke had earlier was now gone. He couldn't control it the first time that he saw these creatures, and now. Zeke gasped when the mutated Titan turned its attention on Pike and the Panzer unit. The Panzer unit began to fire rapidly at the Titan as it charged at them, while Pike was fully ready to run. Stop! Zeke shouted. Zeke was surprised when the Titan came to an immediate stop. It glared at the Panzer unit with ferocity, but it didn't make any move to devour them. Zeke turned to see more cannons being prepped and ready to fire. Attack them! Zeke ordered as he pointed to the group. The group screamed in fear as the Titan instantly sprinted towards them and began to devour their forces. A cannon managed to be fired at the Titan's head, but the Titan instantly regenerated before continuing its task. Magath watched in horror at the destruction that the Titan was causing. Even so, Calvi will be pleased with the results. The Titan shifters continued to destroy the enemy base, essentially leaving nothing behind. This battle was theirs. They had won. High above the clouds, Wheeljack continued to record situation with both the ship and the datapad. The jackhammer was on autopilot while Wheeljack dangled his pedace over the edge of his ship, holding the datapad in his servos. He whistled in amazement as the Beast Titan practically decimated another group of soldiers while the armored one got in front of the female one to protect her. Islands got their work cut out for them, Wheeljack remarked. He was beginning to make mental notes on how to proceed with technological advancements going forward, because they were going to need all the help that they could get. Later, Paradise Island. The military heads watched with tension and fear at the footage being presented to them. They watched the cart Titan running around with ease with the unit on her back. They watched Annie and Reiner destroy enemy forces together, practically unfazed by their method of attack when they fired the cannons. However, what scared all of them was the way that Zeke controlled the Energon Titan with ease before ordering it to attack enemy forces. It was relentless, brutal, and monstrous. Archie watched from the sidelines in her bipedal mode as her attention drifted towards Optimus. She could see the visible worry in his expression, and she couldn't blame him. If this is what they were going up against, she couldn't blame the island for taking their chances with Optimus and Megatron. Was this the entire battle? Zachary asked Wheeljack. The entire base got wiped out in 30 minutes, Wheeljack explained. No humans were involved in the actual attack on the battlefield. It was all Titans. Goes to show you guys have your work cut out for you. Damn it, Hanji swore, we're still so far behind to counteract this. What's Aaron's progress in his training? Pixis demanded from Optimus. He is progressing just fine, Optimus answered, he's shown improvement. Hanji, you and the Survey Corps need to have Ymir ready, Pixis told them. It's clear if she's not prepared to handle them in Titan form, she will be captured and devoured. I'll talk to Ymir again, and I'm sure she'll understand the context of the situation, Hanji informed. So no one is going to talk about the raging Energon Titan. Niall exclaimed, how do we counteract that? How many people are going to die because of that? I've been working on new models for the 3D gear, Hanji explained. The issue now would be to incorporate Energon and mass produce it. We still haven't heard back from Hizuru, Zachary reminded. Having their approval would allow mass production. I understand, Hanji insisted. I could investigate for Energon veins regardless, Wheeljack insisted. What if you're spotted? Pixis retorted. I'm less likely to be spotted, Wheeljack reasoned. No satellites, primitive technology, there'd be no recorded evidence. Even if they did spot me, I doubt it'd be something anyone believes since there isn't much information about us. We would prefer to conduct this in a safer manner, Zachary told Wheeljack. If you're spotted in Marley territory, who knows what will happen? Marley is not aware of your existence, and we would like to keep it that way. We can still use the Energon we found on the island and the neutral ship to craft new weapons, Hanji reasoned. Can we still discuss the matter of Zeke Yeager? Niall insisted. We might have to welcome this guy to the island. What if he decides to bring or make Titans here? What if he decides to Titanize our people? You saw what happened to Ragako. I'll start by implementing some measures in place when Zeke arrives, Pixis responded. More experiments need to be conducted on both Aaron and Ymir in order to determine if any weaknesses of the Titans and Titan shifters have changed due to the influence of Energon. Niall had no choice but to relent. He had no evidence for his claim about the wine. And there was a good chance he would be thrown in prison if he confessed how he got that information. Pixis, you and I will go over countermeasures for Zeke and this new threat, Zachary told the commander before turning to Niall. Start gathering military supplies and anything that might be of use to help prepare. Yes sir, Niall nodded. Hanji. I have a list of things I need to do, Hanji interrupted as they showed Zachary that list. See to it that it's done, Zachary ordered. Wheeljack picked up the data pad as the military heads went on their way. Hanji sighed in defeat and irritation before slapping their cheeks to energize themselves. Okay, first thing, Wheeljack, I wanted to show you some of the older models of the 3D maneuver gear so that we can brainstorm a new type, one that would utilize Energon and not gas, Hanji began. Got it. Wheeljack gave a thumbs up. Optimus, go grab Aaron and continue training with him, Hanji told the Prime. Understood, Optimus nodded. And Archie, I don't know, go with Optimus, Hanji relented. Archie didn't reply to that as she transformed into her alt mode. Optimus followed suit and the two drove off to Walrose. I should have asked this earlier, but do you have a hollow form? Hanji asked Wheeljack. I don't, Wheeljack shrugged. But you're an Autobot, Hanji reasoned, didn't you mingle among humans on Earth? I arrived on Earth late in the war, and I focused on finding Energon mines, Wheeljack explained. I barely went to human cities. Besides, my windows are tinted. Well, this is going to be annoying, Hanji grumbled. I'll bring the equipment out and we can talk it over. Meanwhile, Optimus and Archie continued to drive in silence. However, Archie's thoughts did wander. She really couldn't believe that this was the threat Optimus and the island were facing. These Titans really did seem formidable, and were even more of a threat to the humans here. It wasn't helped by the fact that they could turn into these creatures. It was horrifying in retrospect. However, there was something that one of the humans brought up that bothered her. Optimus, what's Ragako? Archie asked through the COMM link. It was a village in Walrose, Optimus explained. Based on events and intel gathered, the humans there were turned into Titans by Zeke Yeager. The village essentially remains abandoned. No other humans have settled there. Optimus, if these humans were turned into Titans, can't they be turned back into humans? Archie questioned, besides the cannibalism that was brought up. No, Optimus answered her, and we have been unable to find another solution. Archie noticed uneasiness in Optimus' voice. She decided not to question it. For some reason, it sounded like he didn't want to talk about it. Megatron leaned against the wall and watched the cadets training with his techniques, surprised to see some notable improvement. However, it did take 3 years to get there, and even then, they wouldn't be close to holding their own against him or Optimus. But the Merlians were happy, so they'll leave him alone for the time being. Matthew, a voice spoke. Megatron turned and almost grew stiff as he saw Annie standing in front of him. Megatron got up from the wall and faced her. What do you want? Megatron demanded in his other vernacular. The commander wanted to see you, Annie replied. Run laps. Megatron ordered the children. Yes, sir, they saluted before they proceeded to run laps around the courtyard. Megatron followed Annie from behind into the military base, and the two remained silent. However, he couldn't deny that it was tense between them. Did she recognize him? He wasn't sure yet. He just had to be careful. If he didn't need to talk to her, then he wouldn't. That would make his life easier. The two arrived at the door, but Megatron was surprised when Annie left him there. I thought you'd come in, Megatron said to her. I was told to bring you here, Annie explained, that's all. Megatron didn't reply to that as she walked off. Guess she wanted to minimize interactions with him too. Good. Megatron opened the door, and expected Calvi to be alone, but was surprised, and disgusted to see Willie talking to the commander. Megatron grimaced as Willie turned to him and gave a nervous smile. Matthew, it's been a while, Willie greeted. Not long enough, Megatron hissed. He was still pissed off about the information the Tibers were holding from the rest of the world. If he had just confessed to it, then maybe, no. He knew that was wishful thinking. Matthew, as you've heard, the Energon project has been a success, Calvi explained while Willie looked down with guilt. That's all the newspapers have been talking about, Megatron responded to Calvi. He turned his attention back to Willie's guilty and nervous expression before sighing. You want to give the serum to the Warhammer Titan, Megatron concluded. Yes, and we want you to be in attendance when that happens, Calvi explained. I thought you said I was done with that, Megatron recalled. This is a special request, Calvi insisted, the Warhammer Titan is one of the stronger Titans. Megatron glared at Willie. And if I say no? Then I dock your pay and throw you in a prison cell, Calvi threatened. Try harder, Megatron challenged. Matthew, please. I'm still angry with you, Megatron cut Willie off. Do it. Or what? Megatron demanded in an ominous tone. Calvi grew tense as he leaned back in his chair. His hand began to itch towards the gun he placed under his desk. Lara requested you be there, Willie confessed. She's been worried about you. That doesn't change my opinion. For her sake, Willie pleaded, she's scared, as am I. I don't want anything bad happening to her. Megatron stared at Willie in response before looking back at Calvi, no doubt trying to pull out a weapon. He merely shut his eyes and growled in response. He needed to see the results anyway. Fine, Megatron relented, but if I do this, the next time I ask for a favor, I want it to be done. Absolutely not, Calvi declared. I'm putting myself in danger over and over again for you, Megatron hissed as he pointed at Calvi. Fine, Willie declared, anything you want. When is the experimentation? Megatron asked. Hanji continued writing their ideas on the chalkboard while Wheeljack took pictures of previous models of the 3D gear before zooming in on them. So the one on the left is the one meant to combat humans, Wheeljack recited, and they used energon in their bullets. Imperfect, but they did, Hanji nodded as they continued writing. Now we would need to have that for the Titans. It might not do much, but energon has been shown to slow down regeneration compared to normal and melee weapons. So blasters and grenades would be more effective, Wheeljack concluded. Hanji nodded their head. Energon is a powerful source of energy, and the previous government's incorporation of it has been extremely effective. Incorporating that into the 3D gear would be extremely beneficial, mainly because we could use it for longer periods of times. Normal 3D gear can last to 2 hours at best, depending on how well you can conserve energy. If the energon is too dangerous, there is a chance we can switch to the gas we've been using. Wheeljack thought it over. We're going to have to remodel the entirety of the 3D gear to make this work. The structure is fine, we just need to craft this from Cybertronian metal. Earth metals won't last as long, and if the energon overheats itself, the user could end up blowing up as a result. Isn't Cybertronian metal heavier though? Hanji recalled. We can weld it in a way for it to be lighter for humans, Wheeljack proclaimed. There are some wires on the neutral ship that's just dead weight at this point. There's no way I'd be able to fix it with what we have, but we can reshape it. Because the wires are much more malleable, it would allow for flexibility when using the 3D gear. And we can use the tougher material for the bullets and the tank of energon. Hanji exclaimed with a smile, with the Cybertronian blades and the spears, it'd be the ultimate weapon. The supplies on the neutral ship won't be enough, Wheeljack reasoned. I would need see if I can find more off the island. If you know you can't get caught, go for it, Hanji whispered with a mischievous grin. Really? Wheeljack questioned in surprise. I want to know more and I think it would be great for the island, Hanji insisted. I could ask Megatron about Marley geography and give it to you so you know what to watch out for. I know that your other form is meant as a disguise, but I don't think it would blend in with the current environment. And you think Buckethead will just give it to you? Wheeljack questioned. Probably not, but I can just annoy him for it, Hanji shrugged. I make an effort to insult him and piss him off every chance I get to see exactly what triggers him. If I simply annoy him, he'll be irritated, but he won't make a move to hurt me. And before you start, I have done this many times. Primus, you are just full of surprises, Wheeljack chuckled. Never thought I'd have fun talking to a commanding officer. Fun? Hanji questioned. Did you not have good commanding officers during the war? Not really, and I'm not really fond of commanders, Wheeljack admitted. Stuck up, high authority, but when it really comes down to it, they don't want to get their hands dirty and join the fight. What about Optimus? Hanji asked. He's an exception, Wheeljack answered. If it weren't for him, then one of my friends wouldn't be alive. I see, Hanji spoke. It took a while to actually trust him, Wheeljack explained. There was a previous Prime who was a fragging aft, kind of part of the whole corruption scandal on Cybertron. Was worried my friend got wrapped up in the Prime's words. Luckily that wasn't the case. I had no idea, Hanji admitted in surprise. It's what they don't tell you, Wheeljack explained. They were all cowards. Optimus was a rarity. Say what you will about Megatron, but he was still willing to fight when he had to. Hanji sighed. I'm sorry you've had bad experience with authority, and I'm still learning to be a good commander. But I guarantee I would be willing to get my hands dirty to do my job. Actions speak louder than words, Wheeljack declared as he stood up. Well, is there any way that I can prove that now? Hanji asked. Depends, Wheeljack answered. Do you want to help me blow something up? Hanji clasped their hands together before pointing at him. I would love to help you blow something up. Wheeljack smiled before pulling out the grenade on his person. Oh, we're going to get along just great. Hanji squealed with excitement. Megatron found himself glaring at the new set for experimentation. It was instead inside the building where they held the first Energon Titan before. All the commanders were in the room, high above the ground with a glass window to view what was down below. Megatron could see Lara entering the room in the ceremonial robes instead of her usual maid outfit. Megatron glanced over at Willy and he could see he was practically pressed against the glass, looking down at her with concern. Megatron responded to him by pulling Willy away from the glass by his collar. That earned a slight reaction from two of his guards in the room, but Megatron didn't bat an eye. "Stay away from the glass," Megatron told Willy. "I don't know why you wanted this in a contained space." "Very few know her identity," Willy explained. "I don't want to risk anyone else finding that out, so this is the better option. For her safety and the family." Megatron narrowed his eyes as Lara glanced up at the glass window. She then turned her attention to the syringe in her hand before placing it against her arm. Willy didn't know what to expect. 1 minute, he was seeing his sister. The next, an explosion happened. Blue crystals grew upward towards them, and he suddenly found himself being pulled back. The crystals shattered the windows and spread throughout the room. Willy's head began to spin from hitting the ground hard. Willy looked up to see Matthew above him, shielding him from the branching blue crystals spreading in the room. Willy looked over to the side to see that the commanders managed to be pulled to the ground by his 2 soldiers. However, Willy gasped when he realized that one of the crystals had pierced one of his men in the shoulder. "No!" Willy exclaimed. Willy looked up to see Matthew managing to weave his way out of his predicament, causing his jacket to get hooked on the crystals. Matthew pulled himself out of the jacket and abandoned it before grabbing the rifle from the injured soldier. Matthew then used the butt of the rifle to repeated smash the crystal. The crystal didn't weaken from the force, so Matthew began kicking it. Matthew slammed the butt of the rifle into it one more time, but it did nothing. "Damn it," Matthew swore. Matthew then turned to the broken glass and the array of blue crystals sprouting everywhere. Matthew managed to find an opening and climbed through it with the rifle in tow. Willy ran over and peered at the spot and watched as Matthew slid down the patterns of the crystals, almost as if it were a tree of some kind. Megatron managed to find Lara's body encased at the top of the tree's trunk. He saw that her eyes were closed, and that the veins surrounding her eyes were glowing blue. Megatron slammed the butt of the rifle on the top of where she was at. "Lara!" Megatron shouted, "Lara, wake up!" Megatron slammed the rifle against the crystal 2 more times before throwing it aside, realizing how useless it was going to be. Suddenly, a spear shot up and nearly stabbed Megatron in the chest. Megatron managed to dodge it at the last second, but the spear ended to tearing through the side of his shirt. Luckily, Megatron was smart enough to wear human clothes for this experiment. Megatron rolled out of the way as the crystals couldn't support its own weight, breaking off of the structure as a result. Megatron grabbed part of the crystal and slammed it on top of Lara. The crystal above her was starting to crack, and Megatron continued to repeat this task. The crystals finally shattered and crumbled, giving Megatron an opening. He grabbed Lara and pulled her out of the structure she made from her transformation, accidentally ripping her arm off in the process. Her arm regenerated in an instant before Megatron began shaking her by the shoulders. "Lara, wake up!" Megatron shouted at her. Lara began to stir as she slowly opened her eyes, revealing them to be a bright blue. Matthew. "You need to fix this," Megatron told her. "One of your guards is injured." Lara passed out in his arms once again, and Megatron nearly wanted to scream, but the structure under him suddenly began to crumble. Megatron carried Lara in his arms and ran up the structure back to the glass window. He dove through the same opening he saw and hit the ground with Lara in his arms before the structure collapsed. Megatron let go of Lara and forced himself to stand up as one of the guards and Willy were attending to Lara while a few of the commanders were attending to the injured guard. Megatron looked down at his shirt to see that the fabric was torn, exposing some of the scars that were present. Thankfully he didn't actually get stabbed and disrupt the hollow form, however, he was disappointed. He liked the shirt. Megatron felt someone's eyes were on him. He glanced over to see Willy staring at him in horror, specifically at his scars. Megatron quickly grabbed his jacket and put it on before walking out the room, not wanting to deal with the reaction. Archie watched in her alt mode as Optimus continued to train Aaron. Aaron was in his human form and Optimus was using his hollow form. Again, she was still impressed that the kid was still managing to hold his own. However, that didn't really stop Aaron from getting punched in the face by the Prime, and pretty hard too. Still, her processors were spinning. These Titan shifters ate someone as a regular Titan in order to gain their powers and their humanity back. Primus, she was still baffled by it all. But but they keep the power for how long? That was the one part about the situation that confused her. This had to be going on for some time, so, the question was how long? Optimus managed to pin Eren to the ground, but Eren decided to play dirty and bite his hand. Optimus winced and let go for a brief moment, allowing Eren to punch him in the face. Optimus quickly recovered and twisted his arm behind his back before pinning him to the ground. Eren struggled for a brief moment, but relented and hit his hand twice on the ground, causing Optimus to let go of him. Optimus held out his hand to Eren, and the teen took it before being pulled to his feet. Optimus patted Eren on the shoulder, and Archie noticed the small yet content smile on the teen. Optimus told the teen something before deactivating the hollow form. Archie then saw Eren look at her, and there was this unfiltered expression of fear on his face. He then glared at her before walking over to Optimus alt mode. What the frag was wrong with that kid? Archie, we must go, Optimus informed her through the COMM link. Archie didn't reply to that and merely followed Optimus. Willy stared at his sister, who was lying unconscious on the bed in the infirmary. Her hair was untied and spread out around her. She was still wearing her ceremonial robes, but she was sleeping soundly. She was okay, and the other guard was getting treatment. It was quiet, as of this moment. Willy heard the door open and turned to see Matthew walking and wearing a gray shirt to replace his torn one. He was holding a spear in his hand and a vial of the blue substance in the other. Willy grew tense when Matthew just stared at him with a rather tired expression. She's not going to hurt anyone, Willy insisted, she's just tired. The commander wanted me to, Matthew explained, it's a precautionary measure in the event the Titan shifters get out of control. Will you kill her? Willy asked in horror. If I have to, Matthew answered without a care in the world, she doesn't mean anything to me. All I care about is my own survival. But, you saved me, Willy retorted. Because I was told to protect you or else I suffer consequences, Matthew reminded. Matthew. Stop insisting that I'm some kind of savior to you, Matthew ordered in an angry tone, you owe me after everything. Willy saw the scars on Matthew's arm before remember the scars that he saw under Matthew's shirt. What happened to you? Matthew stared at Willy with a rather blank and dead expression in his eyes. Fighting, war, death, now I'm just trying to survive and run from my sins. Calvi, he told me that you, Willy trailed off, and Lara told me that you don't eat food in front of others, so, what happened to cause that? It's a memory that I have mostly forgotten due to the blood loss, Matthew answered, and one I would not like to dwell on. Besides, why would I tell something information about myself when you owe me? I just told you the biggest secret in the entire world. Willy retorted. Now really much of a secret if you read between the lines, Matthew hissed, also, this is the second time that I risked my life for you, and your family. One of whom has tried to kill me twice. Time and time again, I keep doing favor after favor, and all I want is my freedom. Which you haven't been able to grant despite your influence. I just want to understand you, Willy proclaimed, so I can help you. Willy was stunned when Matthew let out a self-deprecating laugh. Help me? Matthew mockingly asked, people don't help unless they want something. So what do you want out of me? I don't want anything out of you. Willy exclaimed. Because you're already able to use me, Matthew retorted, or because you have everything you need. No. Willy exclaimed in frustration, Matthew, I don't want anything out of you. Willy sighed in exhaustion while Matthew raised an eyebrow at his insistency. Matthew, you've done so much for me and my family, and the one thing that you want, I can't give you because the military sees a use for you. I'm just trying to help you in any way I can in order to make up for that. You're a good person, and you see me as just an ordinary human. I really do appreciate you, and to see you in pain makes me feel sad. You don't deserve that. Willy noticed Matthew was staring at him, like he was insane. Like he had utterly lost his mind. Matthew turned his attention back to Lara. You're really fucking stupid, Matthew declared, thinking that I'm a good person. Matthew. I've really thought about just killing you, Matthew confessed, killing your sister, the commander, any other ranking officials in Marley military. Just so I can leave while the chaos was going on and I can gain my freedom. It wouldn't be hard. I've killed before, I've slaughtered. Rivers would just run red with the amount of lives I've taken. Will you? Willie asked him. No, Matthew answered, simply because it could be traced back to me, and I would be hunted for the rest of my days. I have nothing and no one. No place to hide or call home. There must be someone, Willie insisted, anyone in your life that you can trust. That you can turn to. Right. Everyone I've ever met has either wanted to kill me or use me, Matthew proclaimed. There was one person. Then where are they? Willie asked hopefully, maybe we can find them. They're dead, Matthew declared, they're dead because of me and my actions. He was the one person I trusted, and I was dumb enough to not see it. A piece of shit like me is still alive, while a genuinely good person like him is gone. Willie could see guilt in Matthew's eyes as the man slouched in the chair. And I wasn't able to say goodbye. I'm so sorry, Willie apologized, tears forming in his eyes. I don't need your pity, Matthew declared, I'll survive. Like I've always done. Willie knew that it was a risk, that Matthew didn't like physical contact. But, Willie got up and hugged Matthew. He felt Matthew grow stiff and unmoving. Willie was scared of how Matthew would react, but he still held on. Matthew, you deserve better, Willie proclaimed, I will do anything I can to give you better. Not as a bribe or payment of any kind. But because I consider you a friend. Willie let go of Matthew, but was stunned to see Matthew's expression as mortified. He looked mortified and Matthew shot up and left the room, leaving the spear and energon behind him. Willie winced as the door slammed shut. That wasn't the reaction he was expecting, but he did expect worse, so maybe it wasn't too bad. Wheeljack set up the datapad and pressed the record button before propping it up against a tree. Hanji approached the device, stunned to see their reflection before them. They waved to the device in front of them, and the reflection waved back in response. It felt so different from a mirror. So this will play back the actions I just committed? Hanji asked as they made more ridiculous motions. They showed their teeth and stuck out their tongue to see if the datapad would mimic it. That's how videos work, Wheeljack shrugged. Yes, Hanji smiled wickedly before gesturing to the small amount of energon and the 3D gear on the table, let's get to work. Commander, what is the meaning of this? Optimus demanded as he arrived with Arky and Aaron in tow. He let Aaron out before transforming into his bipedal mode. Wheeljack and I were about to run an experiment, Hanji explained. With raw energon, Optimus concluded. We need to test the resistance, Hanji retorted. No, Optimus declared. We need new weapons. Hanji exclaimed. You will get hurt, Optimus reminded. No. Hanji groaned before turning their attention to Aaron. Aaron grew stiff when Hanji smiled and walked over to Aaron before putting their arm around his shoulder. Aaron can be our test subject then, Hanji insisted. Aaron was able to create diluted crystals that had energon in them, and we said that we would test it out. What better way to do that than right now? Hanji. If not, I'll test the energon behind your back. I already have Wheeljack's support on that, Hanji added. Yeah, I'm gonna help them out with that, Wheeljack admitted. This is a lot of fun. Optimus almost let out a sigh before turning his attention to Aaron. Aaron, do you want to take a break first before experimentation? Aaron nodded his head. That would be nice. Fine, Hanji relented as they removed their arm from Aaron's shoulder, but I still want to test the energon. No, Optimus shot down. Yes. Hanji exclaimed. Is there anything you need me for? Arky asked Hanji. Hanji tapped their finger on their chin. Not at the moment, no. However, Connie and Sasha plan on going back to Connie's old home. Maybe you could give him a ride. I'm not a chauffeur, Arky retorted. True, but if you and Wheeljack are staying for the time being until Cybertron is contacted, getting acquainted with the Survey Corps would be good for everyone to feel comfortable with each other, Hanji insisted, especially when we will have to eventually fight. Arky sighed. Fine. Where are they? In Walrose, specifically Trost. The walled city with the boulder blocking the gate, Hanji answered, be nice to them. Arky didn't reply to that and drove to Walrose. Commander. It'll be good, Hanji insisted to Eren and Optimus, teaming building, you know. Now, let's get back to work. Archie continued driving as the humans opened the gate for her to enter Trost. She did have the hollow form on, she didn't want to scare anyone and she was pretty used to it. She drove down the streets in the town and noticed how many humans were staring at her. It made sense. She wasn't exactly common to these people. Motorcycles didn't exist here. Did bicycles exist here? Part of her wasn't sure if she should have left Wheeljack to himself with Optimus and his student. But she put faith that Wheeljack would be fine. He's been in worse situations before. Besides that, she found it odd that she didn't have a use. Wheeljack was able to contribute, and the Survey Corps clearly trusted Optimus with their lives. Even Megatron was supposedly being productive. She was just stagnant. It felt like being on Cybertron all over again, and it was making her stir crazy all over again. She didn't want to think about that right now. Archie spotted Sasha walking outside of a building with a teen that was shorter than her. Archie noticed that Sasha grew stiff before turning her attention to her. Archie drove up to the two and parked right in front of them. "Hey," Archie greeted. Hey," Connie trailed off, "shouldn't you be with Wheeljack?" "Your commander told me you needed a ride home," Archie explained. "Oh," Connie spoke, but Archie could tell by the tone of his voice that he was uncomfortable with the thought. "Look, if you're not comfortable with it, I can just go," Archie insisted. "Your commander didn't really have anything for me to do." "Can you drop us off at our houses afterward?" Sasha asked her. "Okay," Archie answered. "All right, let's go," Sasha told Connie. "Wait, isn't this a little weird for you?" Connie asked Archie as she deactivated the hollow form. "Not the first time I've given a human a ride," Archie responded. Sasha was the first to climb onto the motorcycle with ease, much to Connie's surprise. He expected the Huntress to be a little more cautious, considering her reaction to both Optimus and Megatron. Connie hesitated, before awkwardly climbing onto Archie and sitting behind Sasha. Archie revved her engines and began driving through the streets once more, going at a slower pace so the two of them would get used to the situation. She adjusted her side view mirrors to see Connie holding onto Sasha for dear life. Meanwhile, Sasha was trying her best not to look nervous, but Archie could feel her hands trembling. All three of them made it past the gate and into Walrose. Before Archie could go faster. "Wait. Go slow," Connie pleaded. "What's the matter?" Archie goaded, scared. "That is extremely low of you," Sasha proclaimed, knowing Archie was toying with them. "Look, this is weird for us," Connie explained. "We're not riding a horse. We're riding a Titan. Most of whom have tried to eat us." "I'll go slow," Archie promised, imaging it just like riding a horse. "Okay," Sasha spoke. Sasha gripped the handles tighter while Connie held onto Sasha for dear life, bracing for the impending speed that was about to come. However, they both opened one eye and realized that Archie was going as slow as a snail. "Are you kidding me?" Connie shouted. "You said you wanted to go slow," Archie commented. "You know I never pegged you as someone who likes to kid around," Sasha remarked. "Well, you're making it pretty easy," Archie declared, the smirk clear in her voice. "Can we just go home?" Connie pleaded. "Fine," Archie sighed, "I'll pick up the pace on the count of 3. "Okay," Sasha took a deep breath. 1. 3. Archie exclaimed as she revved her engines and did a wheelie. They both screamed as Archie went from 0 to 60 and drove away from Trost. "Why?" Sasha screamed as she shut her eyes and gripped the handles tighter. Archie almost let out a laugh as she continued driving. "Just open your eyes." "Fuck you," Connie swore. "It's a better experience," Archie proclaimed, ignoring the insult. Sasha kept her eyes shut, but took a risk and slowly began to open them. She was surprised to see everything around her going so fast. The wind was in her face and hair, all the sounds rushed past her, and she never felt so excited before. Sasha laughed with joy as Archie did another wheelie. The Huntress smiled, genuinely feeling that sense of wonder she missed so long ago. Archie turned her side view mirror to see the Sasha smiling with joy, while Connie was still holding on for dear life. "Where's the house?" "Go left," Sasha pointed, and go faster. No. Don't go faster. Connie screamed. Archie didn't listen to Connie as she went even faster, getting caught up in the adrenaline of it all. She just went above 80 when she realized that the teens weren't even wearing helmets. They could get seriously hurt. Archie immediately slowed down to 50 miles an hour before turning her side view mirror to see Connie calming down while Sasha seemed disappointed. "Kman!" Sasha exclaimed, "why did you slow down?" "You're not wearing any protective equipment," Archie reasoned, "I don't want you getting hurt." "You know we fight titans bigger than you, right?" Sasha reminded, "We've gotten worse injuries before." "Hell, I was nearly eaten by one, but I managed to shoot it in the eyes and slip away." You should not be putting yourselves in danger like that." Archie scolded. "How old are you guys?" 15. "I'm nearly 19, Sasha explained. 18, Connie explained. "We finished the academy 3 years ago and we had to fight titans a few days later because the enemy attacked," Sasha explained. "That boulder in Trost kept the titans out, and we won." Archie could feel the uneasy silence and see the guilty faces. What exactly did they go through? "Kids your age are not supposed to be fighting wars," Archie reasoned, "at least on Earth. The place we were located when fighting the Decepticons required the citizens of the country to be 18 before joining the military." "Oh, well," Connie trailed off. "That's pretty old," Sasha commented. "We started training when we were 13. "Primus sake," Archie swore, "that's as old as RAF was. You should not be throwing yourselves into danger like that." "You're going to want to go that way," Connie pointed to his right. Archie drove in that direction and saw some houses up ahead. When she got closer, she noticed that they were old and abandoned. It looked like no one had lived there for years. "We're here," Connie declared as Archie stopped in the middle of the abandoned town. Connie and Sasha got off of the Titan, allowing her to transform into her bipedal mode. "Where exactly is here?" Archie asked with caution. Connie didn't reply as he walked on ahead with Sasha right behind them. Archie followed the two and saw Sasha putting a hand on Connie's shoulder in comfort. They arrived at a house covered in a brown tarp. Connie walked over and gripped the tarp. He stopped himself from pulling it and turned to Archie. "Don't freak out," Connie requested, "and don't shoot her, okay? She isn't like Eren or Amir. You could kill her." Before Archie could respond to that, Connie pulled off the tarp. Archie nearly pulled out her blasters as she saw a small titan with a deformed body, lying on its back. The arms and legs were practically non-existent, the rib cage was protruding outward, and it was staring at them with a rather haunting and disturbing smile. Archie also took note that it bore a resemblance to Connie. This is my mom," Connie introduced with a bitter voice, "and this is my home, Ragako. Or at least, it was." Archie stared in horror and nearly covered her mouth. His mom was turned into this? Archie grew tense as the Titan tried to get up, but collapsed back down to its initial position due to it being unable to support its own weight. "Sasha, grab the brush," Connie requested. Sasha went to grab 2 brushes before handing one over to Connie. Connie climbed one of the ladders perched next to his mother before he began to brush her teeth. Meanwhile Sasha began to brush his mother's hair to get the tangles and the bugs out of them. "Zeke Yeager was the one who did this," Archie spoke. "Yeah," Connie replied in a sad tone, "they're guessing that it was a gas form of the Titan serum that was used to infect the whole village and turn them into Titans. I don't know why my mom didn't form properly, but part of me is glad that she didn't." "Connie, your mom is. My entire family was turned into Titans," Connie cut her off. "My whole village. My mom is only alive because she couldn't move. Military had to kill my father and younger siblings." Archie couldn't reply to that while Sasha looked away in guilt. How could she reply to that? That would be like if Cliffjumper was infected with Dark Energon and the Autobots somehow tried to bring him back to his senses. It would have just been agonizing torture seeing him day to day, screaming that unholy sound and thrashing around, trying to kill everything and everyone in sight. There has to be a way to change her back, right?" Archie insisted, "besides the cannibalism." "No," Sasha answered, "and even if we did, she would only have 13 years left to live. 13. Why 13? Arky demanded. We don't know, Sasha answered, all we know is that it affects all Titan shifters and is a curse. Is there anything I can do to help? Arky asked the two. Just make sure that she doesn't bite us, Sasha answered. Arky stepped closer and kept a watchful eye on Connie's mother as they continued to clean her up. Arky noticed a Moneki Nico next to the head of the Titan, but didn't ask about that as they continued their tasks. It took some time, but both Sasha and Connie completed the task before putting the brushes back down. Connie placed his hand on her head and did his best to hold back his tears. Sasha hugged Connie, and the teen began to outright sob. Arky kept her attention on the Titan and felt terrible for them. Connie was all alone. He was essentially an orphan. He had no one except for the Survey Corps. His comrades. Primus, she really couldn't imagine Jack in this situation. To have him watch June being in this catatonic state might have just broken him. It made her want to purge her insides. I want to go home, Connie requested. Arky nodded before kneeling down and placing her servo on Connie's shoulder. I'm sorry. I know what it's like to lose someone you love. If you need anyone to talk to, I'd be happy to help. Arky removed her servo. But I know that you would feel uncomfortable being around me, so you don't have to take me up on the offer. Thanks, Connie gave a weak smile, I appreciate it. Sasha and Connie placed the tarp back over Connie's mom. Arky transformed into her alt mode, and Sasha and Connie climbed on, a little less nervous and enthusiastic, and more guilty and sad than ever. Where to? Arky asked. Trost, Connie replied, I'm tired, and I want to go home. Arky revved her engines and turned around before driving back to Trost. Arky adjusted her side view mirrors and watched the abandoned village fade from her line of sight. She turned her attention to Connie, who rested his head against Sasha's back. Sasha continued looking ahead, and Arky could see the tears in her eyes and the guilt written on her face. Later. Experiments show that Aaron's crystallization provides a much safer fuel efficiency option compared to raw energon, Hanji explained to the datapad that was recording. We implemented it to the current 3D gear model and compared it to raw energon. It's a good thing we tested the crystals from Aaron first because the raw energon destroyed the 3D model we were using. Which is why I was telling you not to use it, Optimus scolded in his hollow form as he gave Aaron a cloth to wipe the blood from his nose. Thankfully, Hanji exclaimed, we have results. We can try to create a 3D gear using the metals from the neutral ship while Wheeljack can tinker with communications. Until next time. Hanji hesitated before stepping on their toes and pressing the red stop button. Wheeljack grabbed the datapad from the propped position and moved the recording to a saved folder. We'll record our progress, Wheeljack told them. I'll start cutting out parts of the ship to graft the material. Thank you. Hanji smiled as them gave a thumbs up to the Titan. Now, about the properties of your grenades. Want to test them out? Wheeljack smirked as he removed the grenade from his person. Yes, Hanji declared. Optimus transformed into his bipedal mode and snatched the grenade out of Wheeljack's servo. Wheeljack looked back at Optimus with an unamused expression on his face. I have more on the ship, Wheeljack reminded, and I can make more. You are not detonating a grenade near humans, Optimus proclaimed. We can do it outside the walls, Hanji suggested. This needs to be planned out, Optimus retorted. Or we can throw caution to the wind, Hanji declared. They're the best commander I've ever met. Wheeljack smiled. Aaron could tell that Optimus looked ready to lose it. Arky stopped in front of Connie's home and parked at the front door. Connie got off the motorcycle, followed by Sasha. They walked over to the door and Connie opened it, but not before Sasha started saying something to him. Arky couldn't tell what it was said in a hushed tone. Afterwards, Connie hugged her and bid her farewell before getting into his house and locking the door. Sasha sighed to herself and walked back to Arky. I'm not going to be staying with him. I have some stuff to do at the port. I'll just grab a horse. I'll take you, Arky offered, it's been tough for the both of you. I don't want to leave you alone. Sasha laughed at that. That's sweet of you. I just get it, Arky declared as Sasha climbed on, losing someone. It must be hard. I lost a lot of people when Trost was invaded, Sasha confessed as Archie drove. Many of my classmates in the 104th that I bonded with were just gone. In an instant. Sasha gripped the handles. And for what? We fought so humanity would be free, but the rest of the world just wants us dead for something we didn't do. I'm sorry, Archie apologized. Don't be, Sasha sighed, it's not your fault. That's just the way things are in this world, and we have to make do. I feel like something's eating at you, Archie admitted. Sasha relented and nodded her head. Can you not tell anyone about it? Sure, Archie replied. I had to fight Connie's dad when he was a pure Titan, Sasha confessed. It was during the, I wouldn't call it a Titan invasion. But Walrose was infested with Titans. I went to my hometown because it was in the direction of the Titan attack. I encountered a village where not everyone was evacuated. A little girl named Kaya was trapped in a corner while a pure Titan was devouring her mother's leg. I didn't have my 3D gear and just barged in there trying to chop the Titan's neck off with an axe. That didn't work. I bolted out of there with the girl and a stupid bow and arrow because my horse ran off. I told Kaya to keep running as I fended off the Titan, and that someone would be at the end of the trail if she kept going. I managed to hold it off, and by sheer luck, my father was in the same area with others. I didn't realize that it was Connie's father at the time. I was too caught up in the moment, and a few seconds later I sensed a dark presence I later realized was Megatron. But when Connie showed me a picture of his parents, I recognized him right away. But, I still haven't told him. In the end, I didn't really need to. Part of me still feels guilty. Primus, Archie trailed off, completely at a loss of words. Sasha sighed. Sometimes I think it's not fair. What do you mean? Archie asked. I lost friends in the 104th, but I still have my family, a home to go back to, stability, Sasha explained. Connie's entire family, his village, was turned into Titans. Jean's mother has been struggling. Eren, Armin, and Mikasa, they've been through hell and back together for over 5 years. And it eats me up inside because I was the one who was able to walk away. A selfish, lying, hungry-ass soldier surrounded by others who deserved better. Survivor's guilt, Archie spoke. What? Sasha questioned. That's what you have, Archie explained, PTSD and survivor's guilt. I know because I have it too. I lost people I cared about, and being on Cybertron now, hurts. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, Sasha proclaimed. You don't really know me well enough anyway, so it would be weird. Why don't I get to know you better? Archie suggested. Huh. You said you wanted to learn how to use a gun, right? Archie recalled. I'll talk with your commander and see if I can train you. Really? Sasha exclaimed. Sure, Archie answered. You have experience with a bow, so it might not be too hard to incorporate it to a rifle or a standard. Thank you. Sasha smiled. Oh. Can we drive faster? I don't know about that, Archie admitted. I've dealt with Titans, Sasha smirked. A little speed won't kill me. If you're up for it, Archie declared as she drove faster towards the port. Sasha cheered with joy as Archie did a wheelie. Later, Hanji was going over some paperwork in their office in Walrose. They had finished experiments with Eren and Wheeljack decided to return to the neutral ship. Optimus decided to take Eren home, so they was left to their own devices. They was happy. They gathered so much data and information, and they were making a list of what they needed to do next. Hanji happily jotted down some notes that they wanted to go over with Wheeljack tomorrow when they heard a knock on her door. Hanji was confused, wondering who could be at their office right now. They got up from their chair and walked over to the door. They opened it and was surprised to see Megatron in his hollow form, looking rather tired. You look like shit, Hanji remarked. Megatron entered the room before slamming the door shut behind him. You said you would give me a schedule of the 2 Autobots. Hand it over, now. It's only been 1 day, Hanji groaned in irritation. We're still trying to sort shit out. I know damn well you've discussed something with the Wrecker, Megatron hissed. Tell me what it is, now. Bad day? Hanji asked. It's always a bad day with you humans, Megatron retorted. But when it's a particularly bad day, you deflect, Hanji noted, the amount of threats increase, even though they are meaningless now. And what's to say that threat won't become real in the next few seconds? Megatron demanded. That won't happen because, Hanji thought it over as they tapped their chin, you just want to get this over with and be left alone. Megatron's tired expression grew more and more irritated and conflicted, like he was refusing to admit that they was right. Mad scientist, the last thing both of us need is to have an incident. I never said I wasn't going to give it to you, Hanji reminded. Do you want to talk about what happened today? No, Megatron growled. Okay, Hanji shrugged as they walked over to their desk. They grabbed the schedule and handed it over to Megatron. You don't want to pry into my business, Megatron remarked. If I do, then you become even more of a bitch, Hanji smirked. Megatron snatched the papers from them in response and read the information. Wheeljack is at the ship right now. I don't know Arky's exact location. Maybe your best bet for sleeping for the night would be somewhere in the walls, or maybe somewhere up north. Can you provide me with a detailed schedule of the wrecker for the week? Megatron asked. Definitely, Hanji smiled. I have many ideas that I need to discuss with him about updating the 3D gear. Of course you would, Megatron mumbled as he handed the papers back to them. As much as I enjoy Optimus' company and despise yours, Wheeljack is a like-mind, Hanji declared. I finally have someone I can discuss my ideas to in a much more detailed manner. Besides that, I will keep you updated on the situation. Thank you. Megatron quickly slapped his hand over his mouth when he realized that he said that. He looked over to see Hanji staring at him in shock, and he quickly deactivated the hollow form. Hanji let out a confused laugh before looking back at their paperwork. I think I need a nap, Hanji told themselves. Megatron found a quiet place up north away from the ships before yelling in frustration and anger. What was going on with him? He would never act this way. He hated this. Why did he say thank you to Hanji? Why was Willy being nice to him? The Hizura trip. The book for Armin. Everything. Slag everything. He would never act like this. He shouldn't act like this. He doesn't deserve to. After everything he did, he didn't deserve to be treated with kindness or to treat others with kindness. He wanted to make amends with Optimus. But he didn't have the courage to actually talk to him. Now with those two Autobots, he might never get that chance. But for some reason, now, he didn't want just Optimus' forgiveness. Why was he acting this way? What did he want? And why couldn't he come up with a clear answer? Because this world is messing with your mind, Unicron answered as he appeared in front of him. I already have you inside my head, Megatron hissed. You wanted an answer, Unicron shot back. You are a higher being walking among insects who would no doubt turn on you once they know who you are. But you enjoy it deep down. You enjoy being there. Every day there is agonizing, Megatron declared. Every day there is a reminder of the terrible being you are, Unicron declared. The humans in Marley see you as a role model, a friend. Someone that they can trust, someone that treats them with respect. You're beginning to enjoy it so much because you're getting the chance to reinvent yourself, to detach yourself from your tarnished, warmongering name and legacy that you left behind on Cybertron. Shut up, Megatron ordered. But you know that it's wrong, Unicron continued. You still hurt their comrades and took their lives, and you lie straight to their faces. They trust you and believe in you, and yet you lie to them. You know this, because being here on the island where everyone knows the horrible things that you've done is just a reminder of how much you've been fooling yourself. And yet a monster like you still desires something like connection. Be quiet. Megatron shouted. You should have left when you had the chance, Unicron proclaimed, when you had many chances. You still have the option to run. It's not like they needed you anyway. When Cybertron is contacted, they won't need you at all. You'll be taken back and executed for everything you've ever done. Stop annoying me with what I already know. Megatron ordered. You keep denying it, Unicron said, so I have to remind you. Heed my advice, Megatron. Run. Megatron swiped his claws at Unicron, but the image faded from his sights. Megatron felt his arms trembling before he placed his servos on the sides of his helm. Damn it. Chapter 63, Sympathy Part 2. You want to train Sasha? Hanji asked Archie's hollow form in surprise while Levi looked up from his papers and eyed her with suspicion. She asked, and I think it would be good. Archie shrugged. She has potential. Even if I agreed to this, you're only training one person, Hanji retorted. That's not exactly fair. You let Optimus train Eren by himself, Archie recalled. That was not a decision made by me, Hanji explained. Even so, Eren was the only one that could transform into a Titan at the time, so it would make sense for him to learn a thing or two so that he could kill Titans. Ymir refuses to fight, but we might need to revise our agreement with her. Prime said that you were a better shot than him and the brats said that you completed the shooting range in 20 seconds, Levi commented. Anything else to add? I shot Megatron's head scientist directly in the eye as he fired his cannon at me while a space bridge was collapsing on top of both of us, Archie responded. Wow, Hanji trailed off. That's really cool. So you're qualified, fine, Levi relented. Why do you want to train the brats? I don't know how things work here well enough, but I know that they should not be fighting in wars, Archie answered. They are kids. They barely reach military qualifications on Earth in regards to age requirements. I know I can't do anything to take them away from the fight, but at the very least I could teach them how to survive. Hanji and Levi shared a side glance with each other before turning back to Archie. Because things are still a little tense, I will have to run this with the other military heads, Hanji declared. It also can't just be Sasha in this case because Sasha won't be the only one fighting against humans, so that is something you need to agree to. Fine, I'll train whoever you want, Archie agreed. I'll talk to the others and we'll see what they say, Hanji told her. Thanks, Archie said before deactivating the hollow form. Hanji smiled and leaned back in their chair while placing their hands behind their head. My plan worked, Hanji declared with a smug expression. Even if these two somehow manage to be okay with us, there's still the situation regarding Buckethead, Levi reminded. I've been working on that, Hanji explained. I've decided to give Megatron information about Wheeljack and Archie's day-to-day activities. That seems stupid. He could ambush them, Levi retorted. Megatron could take them out regardless, Hanji declared. This works out better for us because it will help avoid confrontation and lead to an all-out brawl, which could genuinely be caused by either party. Optimus can't be a mediator for them because the Autobots would assume that he's taking Megatron's side and they might be more inclined to attack him. This is really the only thing we can do for right now. At least when they contact their world, we'll get rid of Buckethead for good, Levi almost sighed with relief. Yeah, Hanji trailed off. Hanji, are you having second thoughts? Levi asked, about Megatron being executed. Hanji was about to speak up, but sighed. I don't. Hanji, Levi interrupted, Megatron doesn't care about you. He doesn't care about anyone. If it were up to him, he would have killed you. He almost killed me. Levi. He's only here because he's trying to make things right with Optimus, which he clearly can't do, Levi reminded. He has a track record of death and destruction longer than the rule of the Eldians. He's still here helping us out, Hanji retorted. And he insults me, Levi added. He insults you. Treats you like shit. He treats everyone like shit. He doesn't care about anyone. Then why doesn't it feel right? Hanji demanded. Why doesn't it feel right, Levi? Hanji, Megatron will never care about us, Levi declared. He will never risk his life for us because he cares about us. He only does it for a selfish motivation. Megatron is not someone you save, because he would never save you. Levi stood up. Don't waste your breath on him. Hanji watched Levi walk out of the room and slumped into their chair, their good mood now gone. She knew that Megatron did terrible things. That Cybertron wanted him dead, and that others who suffered under him deserved justice more than anything in the world. Defending someone like him would truly make them a hypocrite and a devil. They could never justify the motto of the Survey Corps when someone like Megatron has tried to take away the freedom of other people. Were they feeling bad for Optimus? Maybe. It was clear that Optimus was indecisive about his relationship with Megatron. Part of them couldn't blame Optimus for that, but Optimus had also seen the brutality and destruction that Megatron has caused. Optimus should know better than anyone that he would need to be executed. Hanji sighed to themselves. They couldn't understand. They never had to fight someone they actually cared about. All of their enemies had no real connection with them. However, Optimus had a connection with Megatron. The Survey Corps had a connection with Berthold and Reiner. Levi had a connection with Kenny. They still had to put their feelings aside and fight. Regardless, Megatron's situation was complicated and it would probably be in everyone's best interest to not get too involved. So why did they feel like they needed to? Maybe they wanted to simply understand. That is the way of the Survey Corps after all. Marley. Megatron watched from the sidelines as Lara was assisted to her feet to make her way into the car. She and the Tiber family stayed the night, and they were now leaving the military base in a discreet location so they could not draw attention to themselves. Matthew, a voice spoke. Megatron kept his attention to the car as Willie walked up to him. He refused to make eye contact with the nobleman. I just wanted to say that Lara is grateful for what you've done, Willie explained, as am I. You saved my life, again. Megatron chose to remain quiet, causing Willie to sigh. I get that you're still angry with me, Willie said, but I don't regret what I told you. You deserve better. I don't, Megatron finally spoke, stop insisting I do. No, Willie declared, not until you finally believe that you do. Megatron nearly laughed at the irony of it all. If Willie knew who he truly was, he would run away and curse him and his own foolishness. Letting the power of the Titans come so close to falling into enemy hands. Thank you, Willie said once again before walking over to the car. Megatron walked away from the scene and back to the military base. He hated this. She wants to train the soldiers. Zachary asked in surprise. Well, she wanted to train with Sasha because she says that she has potential, Hanji explained. I told her that it wasn't fair to the others, so if she wants to train Sasha, she has to train the other Survey Corps members. Rumor has it she completed the shooting range in 20 seconds, Pixis commented, anything else? Apparently she managed to shoot Megatron's top scientist in the eye while he fired a cannon at her in the middle of a collapsing tunnel that passed through space, Hanji explained. That's hot, Pixis whispered to himself. What? Nile demanded, close enough to hear Pixis. What? Pixis echoed back. It could work, Hanji reasoned. We've been fighting against Titans for the most part, and the group that knew how to kill humans were trying to kill us. And they are either imprisoned or killed. Or missing in action, Zachary added. Archie is offering her services to us, and based on what she's shown us and what Optimus has told us about her, the Survey Corps could be ready to fight other humans, Hanji finished. Shouldn't we ask Optimus about this first? Nile reasoned, considering there's not a lot of trust between them right now. I'll ask Optimus a little later, I just wanted to establish this with you first, Hanji explained, but I do believe Optimus trusts her and is willing to do what he can to gain her trust. Archie's mistrust of him is not coming out of a place of hatred. It's out of a place of understandable caution given past experiences during their war. Even so, Archie is offering her services because she doesn't want to see the Survey Corps die. Apparently there are different rules on Earth in regards to military requirement. It's better to talk to the Prime first, Zachary ordered, regardless of what the new Titan wants, we can't risk losing one of the island's chances at survival. Hanji nodded their head in response. Megatron was quietly reading in his given room. The warriors were sent out today for another battle. He had already informed Optimus, who will no doubt tell the wrecker so he could record the information. He would never admit this to the med scientist, but he was grateful for the recommendation of sending the wrecker instead of him. The med scientist was also a lot more effective than he ever thought. He thought they was just crazy, but there was a method to their madness. But I decided to put my trust in you, so I'm asking you to trust me with this. He never thought that he would consider it, but could he trust them? Could he really trust any of the humans in the Survey Corps? Megatron heard a knock on the door and raised an eyebrow in confusion. The commanders were gone, and so were the warriors. Who could possibly be there? Megatron wanted to simply ignore it, but the knock was heard again. Megatron set the book down and walked over to the door before opening it. He looked down to see Zofia staring at him with a neutral expression while Udo was completely nervous and doing his best to stay behind Zofia and make himself look small. "We need your help," Zofia requested. "No," Megatron answered in his other voice. Zofia handed him a wrapped meal. "Please? It's Gabby and Falco." Megatron took the wrapped package from Zofia before sighing. He threw it on the bed before exiting the room and shutting the door. "Where are they?" Megatron demanded. Zofia took Udo's hand before guiding him to the mess hall. Megatron saw Gabby trying to encourage Falco, but it essentially came off as angrily yelling. Falco tried to be happy, but Gabby's actions were clearly making him feel worse. "Falco's been upset since his brother left for the battlefield," Zofia explained. "Commander Magath specifically requested his presence to test his abilities as a warrior. The heads have also officially decided that he would be the next inheritor of the Beast Titan." Gabby's been trying to reassure Falco, but you know how she is, Udo continued. "She's also worried about Reiner. He has the Energon serum," Megatron reminded. "Even so, he's been more closed off," Zofia explained. "At least, that's what Gabby says." "So they're both being idiots," Megatron concluded. "I wouldn't call it that," Udo spoke nervously. "Yes," Zofia answered bluntly. "This is why you're my favorite," Megatron told Zofia before walking up to the two. Megatron automatically smacked Gabby in the head to bruise her, but not cause serious damage. "Hey!" Gabby exclaimed as she rubbed her head. "Shut up," Megatron ordered. "I didn't ask you to come here," Gabby shouted at him. "They did." Megatron gestured to Udo and Zofia. Gabby glared at them, causing Udo to recoil and Zofia to turn her gaze elsewhere. "Don't be angry with them over your inability to handle the situation," Megatron told her. "I'm trying to help Falco," Gabby reasoned as she pointed to the said child. "You're not helping him," Megatron declared, "you're making him feel worse." "Well, what do you think we should do?" Gabby demanded. Megatron rolled his eyes before turning his attention to Falco. He picked up the boy and slung him over his shoulders, but Falco didn't even seem to bother. "I have money saved, I will get you something to eat," Megatron proclaimed. "What's something you four have never had?" "Pizza," Zofia responded. "All right, let's grab pizza," Megatron said as he walked out of the mess hall with Falco in tow, causing the other three to follow. "She wishes to train the Survey Corps?" Optimus asked in surprise as he reviewed the data on the ship. "That's what she said," Hanji explained. "I told the others and they wanted me to tell you about it given the situation. If they say yes, would you be okay with it?" "I am just surprised Archie would be willing to offer her services," Optimus confessed. "Is that not in Archie's nature?" Hanji asked. "Archie is usually closed off and cautious when it comes to meeting new people," Optimus explained. "Even after she arrived on Earth with her partner, she was still rather cautious around us. But once she got to know you, she grew more comfortable," Hanji smiled, "which is why I sent her to escort Connie and Sasha to Ragako. Given how sensitive the situation was, I was concerned with how Archie would react," Optimus admitted, "but it would seem that it caused a rather positive reaction. Archie gets to know the Survey Corps and form bonds with them, and she'll be a little bit more trusting," Hanji hypothesized. "She'll trust them, and she might trust you." "That might take more time," Optimus admitted, "although, Archie might feel the need to protect the Survey Corps due to their age." "Archie did bring that up," Hanji recalled. "What's the age requirement for military services for the humans on Earth?" 18, Optimus replied. "Really?" Hanji exclaimed. Optimus nodded. "I was surprised to learn that military training on this world started at ages 12 and 13. As I understood with human biology, the human is supposed to be transitioning into a teenager. Their minds are still not fully matured or developed. Well, given the circumstances of our situation, we were desperate for any form of help to protect humanity," Hanji declared. "Even so, they are essentially newsparks risking their lives," Optimus retorted. "I wanted to voice my opinion on the matter, but it was never really my place to do so. This world is different from Earth and Cybertron, and I did not want to force my will onto others." "I don't think it would have been forcing," Hanji reasoned, "it would have been a recommendation. Besides, your heart's in the right place." Optimus gave a small smile. Thank you. So, would you be okay with Archie teaching the Survey Corps how to shoot a gun? Hanji asked. I think that would be a good idea, Optimus answered. Megatron handed the 4 children the wrapped slices of cheese pizza, causing them to gawk at the sight. Gabby quickly grabbed one and handed it over to Falco before taking one for herself. Zofia and Udo grabbed their slices before Megatron wiped his hands with a napkin and sat down. The food had so much oil. It was disgusting. Megatron glanced over to see them all take a bite out of the pizza, and he could see their faces light up in shock before morphing into delight and satisfaction. They continued to eat the food, surprised at how stringy the cheese was, but they continued to eat it all without any issue. Even Falco's mood seemed to change for the better. Megatron actually had to search the town for this pizza. Apparently, it wasn't very common in Marley and it took him a little longer than anticipated. He had to lie and say it was for friends. Luckily, there weren't any familiar faces in the crowd, so he wasn't ratted out. Megatron was startled when Gabby sat next to him and continued to eat her pizza. He responded by moving slightly to the left, but Zofia ended up sitting next to him as a response. Megatron simply got up and turned to the 4. I got you the food, now don't bother me, Megatron ordered. You didn't get one for yourself? Falco questioned. Zofia already brought me something, Megatron replied. You can eat it with us, Gabby suggested. No, Megatron immediately shut down. Is it because we're Eldians? Udo asked. If I said yes, would that shut you up? Megatron demanded. No, Gabby answered, because you don't eat in the mess hall or outside. You just drink water. Do you not eat? Zofia asked, and Megatron genuinely couldn't tell if she was being sarcastic or serious. Not really, Megatron decided to tell them, after years of grueling battles and injuries, I struggle to actually eat. My body would force me to throw up, which is why I don't eat around people. I'm so sorry. Megatron could see the guilt plaguing Falco's face. It's fine, Megatron responded. Well, thank you for the pizza, Zofia said, we do appreciate it. The other 3 echoed their thanks to Megatron, but he didn't respond to it. This was strange. He wasn't really around news parks, especially ones that were so young. He usually trained them and that was it. He wasn't really with them outside of military protocol. Gabby was the first to finish her food before letting out a small burp in satisfaction. Well, I'm stuffed. We should probably go home, Udo reasoned, we can't stay out here longer than we have to. I don't know if I want to go home yet, Falco admitted. Falco, Gabby whined. We don't have to go to your house right away, but we do need to go to Liberio, Zofia reasoned. Don't you have school? Megatron asked them. Our military training is school, Udo explained, and there's not much for us to do today since everyone went to the front. Oh. Maybe you can come with us to Liberio. Gabby offered. What? Megatron asked incredulously. You don't have to, Udo reasoned, pulling Gabby back, I'm sure you have other stuff to do today. Megatron was about to reply to that, but saw Unicron out of the corner of his eye, giving him a sinister grin. He couldn't be left alone with his thoughts. It's been driving him mad, and would continue to drive him mad. He wouldn't allow it. I really don't, Megatron said, and I don't want to be hiding in my room the whole day. You really want to come? Falco asked in surprise. Sure, Megatron replied, why not? Come on. Gabby exclaimed with excitement as she stood up and pulled Megatron by his arm, let's show you our hometown. Gabby, wait. Udo insisted, trying to sway her from doing so. Megatron allowed Gabby to pull him along, and Megatron grew tense when he saw a younger version of himself staring at him in disappointment. He ignored it and found himself being strung along by the 4 children. He paid no mind to the stares headed their way as they arrived at the gate to Liberio. Megatron took note of 2 guards staring at them in surprise, but their attention was mainly focused on him. So, who's your friend? The tall one asked with hesitation. This is Matthew. Gabby introduced with excitement, we're going to show him our hometown. Well, you shouldn't be hanging around shady characters, the short one stated. Megatron glared at them, causing them to recoil. The children quickly pulled him along while Megatron kept his gaze locked on them. Megatron finally decided to look on ahead, but one of the guards shouted something meant for all of them. I thought you guys wanted to prove you weren't devils. What are you making friends with one? Megatron almost bolted over there, fully ready to crush the short one's skull. But Gabby cupped her hands over her mouth. Matthew could kick your ass if he wanted to, she shouted, don't mess with him. Megatron quickly grabbed her and pulled her along. I actually need to get out of here. Don't cause me trouble. They were being rude, Gabby retorted as she crossed her arms. Anyway, welcome to our hometown. Megatron looked at his surroundings and made some observations. The buildings were in a better quality than he anticipated, but they were more worn down than the buildings outside. Not a single house was in sight. All the buildings were apartment complexes. It made the internment zone feel cramped and crowded. The streets could be cleaner, but it was something that he could ignore. But this place, somehow reminded him, of K-On! It's probably disgusting to you, Udo commented. I've seen worse, Megatron replied, I've lived in worse. Worse than an internment zone? Zofia asked in confusion. For a long time, I didn't even know what the sun was, Megatron admitted. Megatron blinked at his response. Why would he say that? He was certain he never told anyone that. Were you some kind of rat? Gabby asked incredulously. Drawing the line. No more, Megatron ordered, wanting to stop this before it got out of hand. Sorry, Falco apologized on Gabby's behalf. What else did you want to show me? Megatron asked them. Come on. Gabby beckoned him. Megatron decided to follow as Gabby talked about Liberio with Udo throwing in the odd fact here and there. Megatron noticed Falco looking down despondently, his mood clearly not improving from earlier. Megatron placed a hand on his shoulder, causing Falco to look up at him. You okay? Megatron asked. Falco meekly nodded. Megatron knew that was a flat-out lie, but decided not to engage with it. He removed his hand from his shoulder. He kept his attention to the other children, wanting to know more about Liberio and the weakness of the warriors. Paradise, Port. So, I talked to Optimus and the other heads, Hanji explained to Archie. Optimus is completely fine with you training the Survey Corps. The other military heads are going to talk it out. Archie nodded her head. Thank you for trying to process my request, regardless of what your authorities say. Of course, Hanji smiled. Oh, do you know when Wheeljack will be back? Archie shook her head. He told me that the battle might take some time, so he'll be over there for a while. I see, Hanji thought over. Well, if you want, you can return to the neutral ship or drive around the island. I'm surprised that you're letting me have free rein, Archie admitted. Well, it's not like I can stop you, Hanji retorted, and you're still not comfortable around Optimus. If you want, I can help with moving some supplies around, Archie offered, probably not transporting them to the walls, but I could help pick up some of the heavier equipment. That would be extremely helpful, Hanji smiled, I would very much appreciate that. I'll show you what we need to do, and if you need any more help, the Survey Corps can help you out. Archie nodded her head as she followed Hanji to the port. She could have sworn she saw some of the Survey Corps members spying on her, and she could have sworn that she saw Aaron glaring at her. She decided not to comment on it, it wasn't her issue at the moment. Megatron found himself in an open space in the center of the internment zone. A few tents were set up here and there with a bench or two. But what he essentially saw throughout the town was all the same, a crowded and worn-down area. He did notice as he passed by people, besides the stares directed at him, was the praise that they were giving Gabby, saying that she was their little warrior and that she would inherit the armored titan. The people in this town were just feeding into her ego. He genuinely hated it. So what do you think? Gabby asked Megatron rather eagerly. It's fine, Megatron shrugged as he sat down on one of the benches he saw. Not as cool as some of the places you've seen, Gabby added as she slumped her body over the back of the bench. What do you want? Megatron demanded. What have you seen in this world? Zofia asked as she sat down next to Megatron. We've never really been outside of Liberio before, Udo explained, a lot of the time, we're just stuck here. I came from a foreign internment zone, but honestly being in Liberio feels like a blessing. I've seen the way the Eldians are treated outside of Marley, Megatron acknowledged. Because Eldians had no use to them outside of Marley, treatment and discrimination against them were a lot worse. Sometimes they would just be killed on the spot for just existing. So, what's it like out there? Gabby asked while Udo sat on Megatron's left. Falco decided to meekly follow Udo and sit next to the teen, wanting to hear what Megatron had to offer. Well, it's chaotic, Megatron replied. There's a surprising amount of desert in Marley. I've spent days trying to get sand out of my shoes once I've traveled across it. It's usually hot, truly unbearable. What else? Gabby asked eagerly. The trees were massive, Megatron continued. They were just as tall, if not taller than some of the buildings in Liberio and other areas I've been to. I climbed one to protect myself, and I ended up seeing a nice view of the sun rising. How did you feel? Zofia asked him. I felt, Megatron trailed off. That experience was a lie, but he had to come up with some excuse. He reflected on a time, long ago, when he was forced into the gladiator arena for the first time, when he somehow managed to win that match, when he saw the sun shining down on him, and he let out a mighty roar. Free, Megatron finished. Tell us more. Gabby practically begged. Megatron could see all of them looking at him eagerly. Even Falco's mood began to change into one of curiosity. Megatron should leave. This had nothing to deal with his mission, but the eagerness in those eyes, for some reason, it felt so familiar. He couldn't say no to that. Fine, Megatron relented, pretending to sound tired, but you're not allowed to ask me anything else for the next 2 weeks. Deal. Gabby exclaimed. Archie was helping fix another storage unit in the port, organizing the supplies and moving them around. Hopefully, it would be pretty neat. The Survey Corps did warn her about Levi's need for cleanliness, and how intense it could really be. It couldn't be that bad, right? Archie remembered the night Levi outright threatened her. Maybe she should take this a little bit more seriously. Archie saw one of the open crates and quickly looked over at it, recognizing that the blades were made from the Cybertronian ship. Even if the Survey Corps seemed like a decent group of people, she would still have to be cautious about their use of Cybertronian technology. Mech was not a fun experience for her. You're doing it wrong, a voice spoke. Archie turned her head to see Aaron staring at her while wearing a cleaning outfit. Excuse me. You need to clean out the corners, or Captain Levi will get mad, Aaron explained. Thanks for the tip, Archie replied, noting how Aaron was staring at her with caution. You here to help me, kid? It's Aaron, he informed, and yes. I am. Okay, Archie said before returning to her task. She quickly glanced over to see Aaron sweeping the floor, but she noticed that he kept staring at her every so often. They continued their work in silence, and after some time, were able to get quite a lot done. But Archie noticed Aaron kept on staring at her. Archie sighed in irritation. This was starting to unnerve her and it needed to be confronted. You keep staring, Archie remarked as she stopped her work. And? Aaron responded absent-mindedly. If you have a problem with me, then just say it, Archie demanded. Of course I have a problem with some random Cybertronian woman threatening to kill my mentor if he doesn't act the way that you want, Aaron hissed in anger. Archie was rather stunned at the response, not expecting it right out of the gate. Okay, we're just going right in. Look, this is a lot more complicated than you think it is, and we just need to confirm that it is Optimus. And what if it isn't? Aaron demanded, what if it's not your Optimus? What if he can't use the Star Saber? Will you guys just decide to kill him? Or are you going to take him away from us? It's complicated, Archie insisted. Meaning you haven't decided, Aaron declared. Aaron, the last time we saw Optimus, he was diving into the center of our planet, Archie reminded. There was no way he somehow crawled out our planet's core and went halfway across the universe to another planet that no one has ever seen before. We just need to clear this up. But what if it's not your version of Optimus? Aaron demanded once more, are you going to kill him? Archie shut her optics and grimaced. I don't know. Archie opened her eyes to see that Aaron looked even angrier than before, but he also looked devastated. We don't care what kind of Optimus he is, Eren declared, we don't care that he might act different from how you've known him. All of us care about him. We've been through so much together, and Optimus is somehow able to give us hope that it can get better, so that we can push on. Archie felt guilt when she saw tears welling up in Eren's eyes. Even though I know that I'm a worthless piece of shit with less than 6 years left to live, Optimus is one of the few people left in my life who can somehow make it bearable. I don't care if you knew him before or if he's different now. I won't let you take away his life or his freedom. I'll kill you if I have to so that Optimus is safe. Eren dropped the broom before throwing his bandana on the ground. Archie watched him storm out of the storage unit, wiping away his tears in the process. Archie groaned to herself and covered her optics with her servos. Primus, she felt like scrap. I've seen flaming mountains, Megatron continued to explain to the four, who were now completely immersed in his traveling tales. Apparently the stuff that comes out of the flaming mountains is called lava. It spits up from the earth and pours down for miles. It's extremely hot, hotter than any desert I've been in. When the lava cooled down it ended up turning into more rocks and ground. Wow, Udo marveled at the thought. That's so cool, Gabby smiled. Megatron continued talking about his so-called travels around the world for some time, mixing in both truths and lies. He told about his experiences on Earth while also talking about his encounters on worlds similar to Earth. He also made sure to memorize some of the information in the books that he's been reading, so that definitely helped. Where else have you been to? Zofia asked. Have you been to Hizuru? Gabby asked. I heard that the trees are completely different. And that the food is all fish, Zofia added. Not all of it is fish, Megatron explained, although it is a major part. They also use seaweed as part of their dishes. Honestly, I just stuck with rice when I was over there. How long were you there for? Udo asked. Hizuru is a fairly large continent, so I don't really know how long I was there for, Megatron lied. I was in the capital for about a week, and it was during some spring festival. Spring festival? Falco asked. Hizuru has these flowers called cherry blossoms that only bloom for a week, Megatron explained. I was curious and I decided to stay for the duration of the festival. What was it like? Gabby asked. Megatron thought it over. It was vibrant and full of life. I don't usually enjoy crowds or festivals, I tend to get paranoid in those situations. But this was different. I've never seen cherry blossoms up until that point in my life. It was bright and colorful. I marveled at the idea of something like that only lasting for a week, but I suppose the flower lasting only for that instance made it all the more beautiful. Megatron smiled slightly at the thought. When the petals fell and remained on the ground, it looked like the streets were painted pink. It was so bright, but it wasn't irritating to my eyes. It was a rather soft color. And because the people of Hizuru held the cherry blossoms in such a high regard, their gardens were rather quiet. I stayed there for hours, feeling at peace, even just for a brief moment. They also lit lanterns in honor of the festival, and I managed to take a boat out in the middle of the water. With the lanterns flying in the sky and illuminating the water, it felt like I was traveling through a sea of stars. Megatron realized that the children were staring at him in surprise, before recognizing that he himself was going on a tangent about his time in Hizuru. Megatron covered his mouth and coughed. It was a rather pleasant experience. That sounds wonderful, Falco proclaimed. Would you want to go there again? He actually did enjoy what Hizuru had to offer. He, of course, could never have the full human experience. But doing mundane things like getting gifts, exploring the area, and playing games, somehow made the experience more bearable. Why was that? Mikasa looked up at him and smiled. I wanted to show you exactly why I want this life so badly. I would, Megatron found himself saying, and he realized that it was true. Megatron shook his head before standing up, startling the warriors and forcing them to move. I'm going to go back to the compound, Megatron told them. Go home. All of you. But thank you for telling us about the outside, Zofia nodded. Maybe one day, we will be able to see it. Gabby nearly hissed at Zofia, but Zofia kept her neutral expression while Udo was trying to calm her down. I can walk you back to the gate, Falco offered. Megatron shrugged at that as he walked forward with Falco following close behind. Megatron still noticed that sad look in Falco's eyes before sighing to himself. "Your brother will be fine," Megatron told him. "Magath is not going to put an inheritor of the Titan powers at risk during the middle of a war. He's probably going to be there to observe. Our family has to work twice as hard in order to stay safe," Falco admitted. "What if Marley believes that we haven't proven our loyalty to Marley enough? Colt could get hurt." Megatron, without thinking, found himself placing a hand on the boy's head. "Worrying won't change anything. The only thing you can really do in this situation is pray for his safe return." "But he's a warrior," Megatron proclaimed, "so are you. He'll be okay." Megatron didn't know why he was providing such false promises, when he knew better than anyone that Colt could very well perish in the middle of the war. He's seen what war can do, and he himself has done terrible things in war. But, seeing Falco smile at the thought, made him think otherwise. They both reached the gate to Liberio, and the two recognized the guards from earlier, so Megatron would be able to leave freely. "I'll be seeing you," Megatron told Falco as he walked past the gate, glaring at the two soldiers, forcing them to remain quiet. Megatron then caught someone entering Liberio out of the corner of his eye and glanced behind him to see it was a middle-aged man holding a cane. He looked tired, and he appeared to be holding groceries in his hand. "Mr. Leonhardt," Falco called out, causing Megatron to almost snap his whole head back. "Do you need help with your bags?" "That would be nice," the man responded, handing Falco his grocery bag. "Thank you." "Of course," Falco smiled as the two walked further into the internment zone. Megatron should be delighted, but knowing everything now, he didn't really know how to feel. It didn't matter regardless. He found Annie Leonhardt's father, and he could use that information against Annie in the event that she found out and confronted him about his identity. Archie walked away from the port and looked up north. She was tired, and she was debating her options on whether or not she should return to the ship on the off chance that Megatron was going to be there. At the same time, staying at the port and the guilt she was feeling about the situation with Optimus and the Survey Corps was really eating at her. She wasn't really sure on what to do in this situation. "Archie, wait," a voice called out. Archie turned to see Armin running up to her before stopping to catch his breath. "Look, I'm planning on leaving," Archie insisted. "I get that you're not comfortable with me." "No, it's not that," Armin proclaimed. "We heard about what Aaron said to you, and we're sorry. Captain Levi's talking to him right now." "It's fine," Archie insisted, not really wanting to talk about it. "Are you sure?" Armin asked her. "Are you okay? We didn't mean for that to happen." "I get why he did it," Archie reasoned. "And we get why you're cautious," Armin retorted. "We don't know what happened during the war, but we can't imagine what you've gone through because of Megatron. You have every right to be cautious of us." Archie crossed her arms in response. "There's a lot more layers to this. The more we try to put logic and reason to this, the more bizarre it seems to get." Armin nodded his head in understanding. "You can still stay here. We get that Megatron might be at the ship and that you don't want to be around him." "I don't think I'm going to be welcomed here," Archie declared. "As far as everyone else is concerned, I'm not exactly considered trustworthy." "We might not be trustworthy to you," Armin reminded, "and that's reasonable. We could have done something to Optimus to make him work for us, or planned something more sinister." "What do you want, by the end of this?" Archie asked him. "Before we knew the truth, all we wanted was for humanity to be free from the reign of the Titans," Armin answered. "It was all we knew, all we could direct our anger and problems towards. We lost so much because of it. But now that we know the truth, the only thing that we want more than anything is to survive." "And you'd be willing to do anything to survive," Archie proclaimed. "I would prefer to talk it out before things got out of control," Armin insisted, "and I would prefer that Cybertron be contacted instead of us relying on the rumbling. But if it comes at the expense of Optimus' life, it is really worth such a risk. Optimus would be willing to take that chance, but if this is the expected reaction, is it really worth it to make contact and end up getting both Optimus and Megatron killed?" Archie shut her optics before kneeling down. "Can I talk to Aaron? I want to clear something up with him." Armin thought it over before gesturing for Archie to follow him back to the port. Armin guided her back to the storage unit and the two-wheeler could hear the muffled conversation behind it. Armin knocked on the door before opening it, and Archie could tell that Levi was scolding Eren for his actions. The two of them turned to Armin and Archie entering the unit. "I just want to talk and clear some things up," Archie told them. Eren wanted to say no, but Levi glared at him before pointing at the Titan, giving him a silent order. Levi then grabbed Armin and pulled him outside of the storage unit. Archie made a guess that they were still lingering outside, but made no comment about it as she sat down with her legs crossed. "I'm not acting the way I am because I'm trying to be mean," Archie began. "I know," Eren grumbled, "you don't have to justify that. But you do understand why this is a sensitive situation," Archie pressed. "Because he's your leader," Eren answered, "because he's a prime. Can't you just leave him alone if he can't pick up the Star Saber?" "That won't be up to me," Archie reasoned. "If we get Cybertron involved, there will be others who outrank me that would want to investigate further. And then you kill him if he's not who he says he is," Eren demanded. "I really don't know what would happen in that situation," Archie explained. "It's very complicated." Eren sighed in anger. "If that's the case, why bother asking for help if you might end up killing him?" "Can I level with you?" Archie asked. "Level?" Eren raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Be honest with you," Archie clarified, "I really want it to be Optimus." "I do, but past experiences have told me not to be so trusting in that regard. And Optimus hasn't only impacted you and the island. He means a lot of things to a lot of people. I want to believe that it is him, but I don't want to get my hopes up." Eren crossed his arms before looking down in shame. "Optimus really wants to go back home." Archie was startled at that. "Optimus? Having a selfish desires?" "He doesn't say it, but it's noticeable," Eren continued. "Whenever he would talk about Cybertron, he would get this look of nostalgia and longing in his eyes. Sometimes he would spend long periods of time staring up at the night sky. When it came to the anniversary of your war ending, he would become unfocused and he would get sad. We got him a library to make him feel better, but even then that's not enough." Eren felt his lips trembling. "I want him to be happy. I want him to be able to go home. You're his only chance. And, no matter how badly I want him to stay, I'm sick and tired of seeing him sacrifice himself for others." "I'm sorry," Archie apologized, clearly at a loss of words in regards to the situation. "I'm sorry, too," Eren apologized, "I shouldn't have snapped at you like that. There's just been so much happening." Archie could see that Eren still looked uncertain about the situation, so she put a hand on his shoulder. "We're not going to attack Optimus. We'll wait until Cybertron is contacted to get this sorted out. I can't tell you what would happen if we get there, but we'll figure it out. No matter what happens, I'm not going to let Optimus die," Eren declared, "even if it means killing you." Eren moved away from Archie and out the storage unit. Archie felt even more exhausted than before, and decided that she was going to remain in the storage unit. She didn't want to drive back to the neutral ship. Wheeljack observed and recorded the chaos of the battle below him, slightly marveling at the chaos and destruction. This battle had actually been going on for quite some time and he's been growing kind of bored of it. Maybe because he wasn't participating in it himself. He did see more of those mutated Energon Titans running around, 3 to be exact. And while that was interesting to watch, it was also quite unsettling. Energon course through organics was just unnatural. Wheeljack was ready to call it a quits when he noticed the Titans and soldiers on Marley's side retreating. He raised an eyebrow at that. They were winning. Why were they retreating? Wheeljack snapped his helm towards the monitors as they began blaring out of control. Before Wheeljack could wonder what it was, a bright blue light appeared out of the corner of his optic before a strong force pushed him back. Wheeljack grabbed the datapad before rushing over to the controls and flying away from the explosion. Wheeljack gripped the steering wheel and felt the force from the explosion almost throw him out of the sky. When Wheeljack managed to regain control of the ship, he turned back around to see a blue mushroom cloud that decimated the entire landscape. Out of the smoke appeared a large, skinless titan that towered towards the clouds. Its roar was so loud Wheeljack had to cover his audio receptors. Wheeljack opened the entrance to his ship and used the datapad to record the monstrous titan, but something that he took notice of was the burnt right hand of the monster. Megatron returned to the island and landed on the ground when he suddenly heard someone crying. He looked behind him to see that no one was there. He narrowed his optics in suspicion and instinctively went for his sword. He waited patiently for the sound to reappear, but nothing happened. Megatron chalked it up to his hallucinations and paranoia before moving to find a place to rest. Chapter 64, Sickness. Pike coughed in her Titan form as the dust settled on Porco's first Titan transformation. The blast of it was so powerful that it sent everyone back, even though they were all a safe distance away. Pike managed to harden her fingers to keep them hooked into the ground, while Reiner and Annie were protecting all of the soldiers that were present on the battlefield. Thankfully, the Panzer unit wasn't on her back, or else they might have been thrown to the wind. All the soldiers were given gas masks, and Pike noted that Colt was struggling to put his on, but managed to do so. When the dust settled, she and the others could only watch as Porco roared. The Titan's eyes were blue and they could see the veins protruding out of the Titan. However, what took everyone by surprise was the burnt hand on the colossal Titan. Pike grew worried. What did that even mean? Porco didn't have the Dark Energon. Did he get it from eating Berthold? She remembered seeing those veins, but Pike's train of thought paused when she noticed something out of the corner of her eyes. She turned the Titan's head to see the shadow. The shadow was standing there, covering its face from the blast. Pike gasped when smoke of the Energon revealed parts of the shadow's face. She could see that the shadow was looking at Porco, in fear. It was scared. The shadow made a move to reach out towards Porco, despite being so far away. The smoke then consumed the shadow before it disappeared from her sights. Paradis. It would have been nice for your guys to tell me that Marley had a portable atomic bomb, Wheeljack remarked as he showed the military the video of the activation of the colossal Titan. To be fair, we haven't exactly seen the full capabilities of the colossal Titan, Hanji explained while the Survey Corps looked in horror. Were you able to determine the blast radius? Optimus asked Wheeljack. Almost 4 miles, Wheeljack answered, but that's only counting the initial explosion. Not the air blast and possible radiation. I would probably need to go back to determine long-time effects. The point is that the new colossal Titan decimated the battlefield, Zachary concluded. Exactly, Wheeljack proclaimed, they were winning the battle before. I guess they wanted to test the Titan out to see how strong it was. Knowing these results, there's a good chance that the war might end sooner rather than later, Pixis proclaimed, and then the enemy will be here on our shores soon enough. Zachary turned his attention to Archie. You have approval to train the Survey Corps in artillery. We'll get more equipment ready if you need it. Archie was slightly startled by the proclamation, but nodded her helm regardless. This was an urgent situation after all. Commander, how far are we on the updates of the 3D gear? Zachary asked Hanji. Working on it, Hanji replied, I'll be sure to speed up the progress. We need to start redirecting our time and effort to military advancements and weaponry, Zachary declared, we must ensure the island's survival. Dismissed. Hanji walked over to Wheeljack while everyone else began to quickly disperse. Hanji beckoned Optimus to the two of them as Wheeljack picked up the data pad. He offered his servo to Hanji, and Hanji jumped in with no hesitation. Wheeljack placed Hanji on his shoulder as Optimus walked over to them. Wheeljack, did you notice anything wrong with the colossal Titan's hand? Hanji whispered to Wheeljack. I did, but I wasn't able to get a good shot of it, Wheeljack answered. What happened? I thought that the new serum was supposed to create instant regeneration. When Megatron first arrived on this world, he fired his blasters at both the armored and colossal Titan, Optimus explained. The armored was able to dodge the attack. But the colossal one wasn't so lucky, Wheeljack concluded. According to Megatron, Marley had to transfer the power to another Eldian warrior candidate because the Dark Energon was corrupting him, Hanji continued. It seems that the Dark Energon is still present in the new Titan shifter. Wheeljack was visibly worried before turning his attention to Optimus. Chief, we were already struggling to defeat an army of undead Predacons. If Dark Energon is in this thing, it's a portable Dark Energon bomb. It's going to do far more damage than regular Energon, not just to the humans. What do you think we should do? Hanji asked. Just kill him, Wheeljack suggested. That's not the best option, Hanji reasoned. The power of the colossal titans would then be given at random. Hanji, Dark Energon is dangerous, Wheeljack declared. I would rather it be a chance of it falling into our hands instead of letting Marley keep Dark Energon. That is an option we may need to consider, Optimus agreed. We cannot let Marley tamper with Dark Energon. Have you talked to Megatron about this? Wheeljack asked. It's not exactly something that's come up in conversation, Hanji answered. We can't let there be a repeat of Unicron, Wheeljack declared. Eren could see the Titans and Hanji having a rather heated discussion. He took a few steps towards them to try and eavesdrop on the conversation, but he stopped when Wheeljack put Hanji down. Optimus glanced over to see Eren staring at him with concern before Wheeljack hit his back. Chief, let's go, Wheeljack said. Eren gasped in fear as Optimus and Wheeljack transformed into their alt modes and driving north. He took a deep breath and refused to look Hanji in the eye before returning to his work. That night, Megatron walked through the corridors of the neutral ship. He didn't want to be here. Truly, but Optimus requested that he be here due to an urgent situation. Megatron arrived at the main deck to see Wheeljack leaning against the walls with his arms crossed while Optimus was hunched over with a visible look of concern on his faceplates. What happened? Megatron merely asked. The colossal titan has been activated, Optimus answered. Megatron grew tense at that. And of the Dark Energon. I saw that the titan's hand was burnt, so the Dark Energon is still in him, Wheeljack explained. The Dark Energon most likely got transferred during the ritual, Megatron concluded. I will keep a close eye on him. Megatron, we may need to kill him, Optimus stated outright, causing Wheeljack to stare in surprise. What about your precious code of protecting human life? Megatron rhetorically asked. More people will die if Marley continues to tamper with Dark Energon, Optimus declared. There is a chance that the power will be transferred to the enemy or remain in Marley, but there is also a chance that the powers could come here and the Dark Energon may no longer be present. Megatron, you need to keep a close eye on the Titan Shifter and destroy him if you see an opportunity. Wheeljack was stunned by the cold, calculated demeanor that Optimus was presenting, and it made Wheeljack uncomfortable. At the same time, he couldn't really blame him because he's seen what Dark Energon can do. Maybe, we can try to capture him. We cannot risk having him use the Titan's power on the island, Optimus declared. The Dark Energon makes him too dangerous to be left alive. Optimus, are you certain you want me to kill him? Megatron asked, which took Wheeljack off guard even more. The humans of this world have not discovered an active cure for it, and would require our technology to rid themselves of the Dark Energon, Optimus reminded before shutting his optics. We must destroy him. I can't exactly destroy him due to the current conditions, but I will investigate any perceived weaknesses, Megatron informed. Optimus nodded his helm in response before standing up and leaving the room. Megatron found Wheeljack staring at him and was prepared to leave the room. Where's your head at, Chief? Wheeljack demanded. I'm sane, if that's what you're asking, Megatron replied without looking back at him. Dark Energon's active again, Wheeljack said. Last time it was, Unicron took over your body and brought Predacons back from the dead to destroy the core. I need to know if Unicron's inside your head or not just for Prime's safety. You have Unicron locked away, Megatron recalled. He is a god, after all, Wheeljack reminded. He could find some kind of loophole. Well, sorry to disappoint, but it's been quiet, Megatron lied. He wasn't going to tell him about his hallucinations, if he could call it that. He wasn't going to tell him about the nightmares, that wasn't his business. If Unicron does somehow pop back up on the radar, do you want me to kill you? Wheeljack asked. What? Megatron growled. You might be a target, Wheeljack reasoned. I'm sure you don't want to be Unicron's slave again, right? We can't take that chance. I'm not just going to let you end my spark, Megatron declared. But we have to consider options, Wheeljack retorted. You more than anyone know how big of a threat Unicron and Dark Energon is. Megatron glared at Wheeljack before grimacing in response. This would be a trap of some kind. Wheeljack would probably use the plan to kill him if he somehow stepped out of line. He could always run away from this planet, but he was certain Unicron would be able to reach him due to the dark energon in his spark. He wasn't going to fall back under Unicron's control. He refused to. Fine, Megatron forced out. Wheeljack nodded his helm while Megatron left the room. Wheeljack found that interesting. Optimus was willing to throw away his moral code, albeit for an understandable reason, while Megatron was actually considering death with this whole Unicron situation. This was a dangerous situation, and with this world's limited technology, they didn't really have time to think about an alternative solution. Their only solution to minimize casualties would be to contact Cybertron, but he needed more resources than the worn-down neutral ship. Marley. While this has been a rather promising result, the two of you need to be examined immediately, Magath declared as he looked up from his papers to Porco and Pike. Sir, with all due respect dash. These are orders from the top brass, Magath reminded, you can't defy them. We need to determine the effects of this new serum on all of the Titan shifters. We also saw that your hand was burnt, Porco. Just like Berthold was. Porco looked down at his hand with concern, even though it looked fine for right now. We can't lose the Colossal Titan, Magath declared as he stood up, we can't lose Y-, another warrior. You and Pike will be undergoing the experiments for the next few days before you are shipped over to the front lines. Understood, Pike replied. Yes, sir, Porco nodded. Magath dismissed them and the two exited the room, walking down the halls together. Pike held Porco's hand, and Porco was about to tell her to let go, but he could see the concern written all over her face. Pike, I'll be fine, Porco tried to reassure her. We don't know the capabilities of this new serum, Pike reminded, and we don't know the effects of Dark Energon. We already lost Berthold. My father will lose me. I can't lose you, too. You won't lose me, Porco declared as he tightened his grip around Pike's hand, I'll survive. I'll avenge Marcel and Berthold. And then what? Pike asked him. I fight for Marley, Porco declared. Pike didn't reply to that as they continued walking together, deciding to keep their hands together. Pike kept on thinking silent prayers. She prayed that someone out there would hear her and help her protect her friends. Megatron quietly walked through the corridors of the military base like a ghost. Tomorrow, he would get his day off, the warriors would be going to front once again, so he would have the ability to plan his next moves. Megatron heard muffled talking as he made his way down the hall. It was hushed, but also sounded aggravated. When Megatron reached the source, he saw that Annie was clearly angry at Reiner, while Reiner himself looked guilty. They both stopped when they saw Megatron, but Megatron chose not to reply, wanting to see how they would react first. Annie was the first to move, shoving past Reiner before tentatively walking around Megatron. The former warlord didn't bother with her and made his way towards Reiner. She seems like a shitty person to be friends with, Megatron remarked in his other voice, wanting to somehow ease the tension that was created. Megatron noticed the guilty expression on Reiner's face before placing a hand on his shoulder. What happened? Megatron asked him. Nothing, Reiner answered. You don't have to lie to me, Megatron reminded, remember, I'm one of the few that can understand you. I don't think you can, Reiner proclaimed, it was all my fault anyway. Try me, Megatron challenged. Reiner shook his head as he walked away from Megatron. Something was clearly going on and Megatron needed to find out. Porco and Pike arrived at the Science Division of Marley Military, wearing their ceremonial robes. The scientist continued to do a brief checkup with both of them in the room. Pike glanced over at Porco, who gave her a soft reassuring smile. Pike gave a small smile back before glancing down at his hand. The hand looked like it was fine, which was a relief, but she was still concerned. Time to conduct separate experiments, the head scientist declared, take him away, keep her here. But, Sir Dash. That is an order Eldian, the head scientist hissed, remember, I still outrank you. Pike felt her heart drop as Porco was removed from the room. She wanted to reach out to him. She wanted to be by his side and make sure that he was alright, but the scientists continued to block her way to Porco. Pike gasped when she saw purple veins on Porco's hand. Suddenly, the scientists were backing away from her with caution. Pike. Porco asked with concern. The head scientist walked up to her and shined a light in her eyes. Pike winced at the brightness, while the scientist remained stoic. "We're going to remove her eyes and try to preserve them for further examination." Pike wanted to plead with them, to reason with them and to let her stay with Porco, but they were already dragging her away. Pike grew stiff when the shadow suddenly appeared out of nowhere next to the head scientist. The shadow seemed confused, wondering where it was. It appeared to stare at Pike, almost as if it recognized where it was. Pike shifted her gaze to Porco, hoping the shadow would understand. She didn't know what it was, but she was desperate at that point. The shadow followed her gaze to Porco, and it seemed to grow stiff as Porco was escorted to a different room. Pike almost sighed with relief as the shadow ran after Porco, going through one of the scientists. The Survey Corps watched as Archie calibrated the guns with ease in her hollow form. Armin was quite stunned. The Titan hasn't been here for very long and would be unfamiliar with this technology, yet she's able to use their guns with ease. "All right, first things first," Archie began, "how familiar are you with guns and rifles? I know your weapons are designed for fighting Titans, so guns wouldn't exactly work." "Fairly standard, I suppose," Mikasa replied. "During our trainee days, our weapons were mainly rifles. And now we're learning how to use the weapons provided by Marley. Compared to Cybertron and Earth, that's actually pretty bad," Archie declared. "I'm not faulting you for it. You were trained to fight Titans, not humans, and your world isn't technologically advanced. So, here's what I was planning: we work on your precision. You don't have to hit a bullseye in this case, but you do have to hit your target on the same location as often as you can. That will help improve your accuracy. Then we're working on getting all of you to hit a bullseye. Once you can do that, we'll try to create a mechanism where you'll be able to hit your target while it's moving, or while you yourself are moving. We'll also need to establish familiarity with the guns, so we will run some drills where to disassemble and reassemble it. Your final task will be to try and hit me on both my hollow form and my actual form. Any questions?" "None at all," Sasha declared. Archie began handing out the pistols to each of the Survey Corps. She handed the final one to Eren, and the teen narrowed his eyes at her before taking the gun from her hands. "Goal for today: hit the targets in the same spot," Archie explained as she stepped aside to reveal the human mannequins set up. "You can shoot it anywhere you want, but it has to be continuously in the area you choose." They all nodded their heads in response. "Let's start," Archie said. Pike was lying down on the slab as the scientists were gathering their equipment to run some tests on her. She saw the needles and other medical tools being prepared, and she nearly burst into tears when she saw knives and a pair of scissors. She didn't want to do this. She didn't care if she could regenerate in an instant. The process was always painful to her. She didn't want to do this, but she was an Eldian. She had no choice. Pike nearly gasped as the shadow suddenly returned to her location. The shadow seemed urgent. It was trying to talk to the other scientists, pleading with them and gesturing to the other room. She couldn't understand. Why was this happening? What was it doing here? The shadow then noticed the tools on the table before it looked at her. The shadow quickly gestured to the scientists, putting itself in front of the tools, almost as if it was begging them to stop what they were doing. The shadow flinched when the scientists didn't notice him and put his hand through the shadow, grabbing one of the tools in the process. The shadow appeared defeated, and Pike almost felt bad, but she was resigned to her fate. It didn't matter anyway. Pike was startled when the shadow turned its attention back to her. It slowly walked over to her before moving its hand towards her cheek. Pike flinched when the shadow grazed her cheek with its fingertips. The shadow quickly retracted its hand back, as if it wasn't expected to touch Pike. The shadow turned its attention to the scientists before looking back at her. The shadow walked to the top of the slab where her head was. He gently placed its hands on the sides of Pike's head before kneeling down and touching Pike's forehead with its own. Pike suddenly felt a wave of emotions come over her. She felt this being's concern, fear, and then, she felt warmth, kindness. She felt at peace. "Let's begin," the head scientist declared. Pike felt her body trembling, knowing full well what was coming next. But she suddenly felt a wave of reassurance. "Wo Auntie, Eliaave," the shadow spoke in a distorted voice. Pike could have sworn she saw a face, but she found her mind suddenly going blank as the scientists began to do their work. Archie watched as the humans continued their target practice. She noted how Sasha and Mikasa were the ones hitting their marks with ease and precision. Sasha she expected because of her experience in archery, but she was surprised with Mikasa. Her marksman skills were a lot better than when she started in the academy. The weakest ones were Connie and Armin. She could tell that Armin wasn't necessarily meant for actual combat. She could see the slightest hesitation in his eyes before he pulls the trigger. He couldn't have that. Connie was trying his best, but maybe he just wasn't used to the gun in his possession. His stance was a little bit off. They need to fix that. Jean fell directly behind Mikasa and Sasha when it came to his mark. He was good, and with practice, he could become better. Eren was average, but there was this ferocity in his eyes every time he made a shot. It bothered the pits out of her. Regardless, it gave her an idea of what they needed to work on. Depending on how everything went, they might make her train more members of the Survey Corps. Reiner was sitting by himself, watching the warrior candidates continue to train. He grimaced as Gabi managed to defeat Falco in one-on-one combat. She was progressing way too fast. At this rate, she was going to inherit either Annie's Titan or his own. He didn't want that. He hoped that Zofia would progress or maybe Udo. Falco had no reason to try now that Colt was confirmed to be the next Beast Titan. Falco didn't need to try anymore, but he still was. He couldn't understand why. Your brat of a cousin is persistent, a voice spoke. Reiner turned to see Matthew walking up to him with his canteen in hand. I'll give her that. Matthew offered his canteen to Reiner. Reiner sighed as he took the canteen and drank some of the water out of it. Matthew leaned against the wall and watched the training continue. She's gaining the attention of her officials, Matthew informed him, because I'm a prisoner, there's not much I can do to influence the decision of her getting a Titan. Thank you for trying, Reiner sighed bitterly. What happened with Annie? Matthew asked. It's not really much to do with Annie, Reiner admitted in a hushed tone, it has to deal with both Porco and Pike. They're going to be experimented on for the next few days before being sent to the battlefield again. They used their Titans? Matthew asked, earning a nod from Reiner. They should be fine, right? Matthew asked, don't the Titans regenerate? We can still feel pain, Reiner explained. Then I guess the experiments are going to be torture, Matthew said. Reiner handed the canteen back to Matthew, who took it back from his hands. So, Annie's blaming you for it? Matthew asked. She's angry with me, but for a different thing, Reiner admitted. The information is classified, so I can't really tell you. Megatron could see the guilt on his face and knelt down, placing a hand on his shoulder. There's nothing you could have done. There's a lot of things I wish I could have changed, Reiner admitted, but I can't. Make amends then, Megatron advised. You can't take back what you've done, but you feel guilty about it. Making amends might help. I'm sure Annie wants me dead, Reiner admitted. There are a lot of people that want me dead. My amends to them would be if I died. But you wouldn't know that. There are many people that want me dead too, Megatron confessed. That's why I'm so insistent on leaving. Staying in one location for too long can get me killed. Doesn't sound like you can make amends without sacrificing your life, Reiner remarked. Guess not, Megatron replied. But did that mean that he didn't want to try? Megatron kept his attention on the warrior cadets and noticed the tired expression on Colt's face. He was sweating and he looked ready to throw up. Colt was on the battlefield, right? Megatron asked Reiner. Yes, why? Reiner asked in confusion. Megatron got up and marched over to Colt, startling the other warrior cadets. Reiner was confused and stood up to follow him. Colt, you need to stop, Megatron ordered. I'm fine, Colt insisted, his voice sounding hoarse and dry. I can keep going until training is over. Colt, you're not okay, Megatron declared. I'm fine, Colt waved off, but his body was beginning to sway. Colt's knees hit the ground before his whole body slammed into it and he passed out. Colt. Falco cried out in concern as Megatron kneeled down and took his pulse. Is he dash? Don't touch him, Megatron ordered Reiner, it might be contagious, whatever Colt has. I'll go get him a washcloth, Udo told them with Zofia close behind. What happened? Gabby asked as she saw Colt's face heating up. I don't know, Megatron answered as he stood up, carrying Colt in his arms, but training is over. We're taking him to the doctor. But Dash. This isn't up for debate, Megatron told her. The doctor might not treat him, Reiner proclaimed as he followed Megatron inside the compound. I doubt the military would waste tax dollars to let one of their warriors die of disease, Megatron proclaimed. Maybe it's just a common cold, Reiner suggested. That causes someone to pass out, Megatron deadpanned, doubt it. Colt began coughing and moaning in pain, causing Megatron to pick up the pace and find the medical bay. He placed Colt on the bed and put the covers over him. Falco remained on the other side of the bed, looking at his brother with concern. Is he going to be okay? Falco exclaimed. I don't know, Megatron replied. Reiner, get a doctor. Reiner nodded as he ran out the room. Udo and Zofia managed to find the room with a washcloth and some warm water. Udo prepped the cloth by dipping it into the warm water and wringing it out before handing it over to Megatron. Megatron placed the cloth over Colt's head as the teen breathed heavily. Medical staff is going to be coming in soon, Reiner informed. Good, Megatron said. Whatever was going on with Colt, it might lead to a complication. Later, Paradise. Archie examined the mannequins and the results left behind from the Survey Corps in her bipedal mode. These were pretty good overall. She could work with this. How was training? Wheeljack asked as he walked up to her in his bipedal mode. Pretty good, Archie replied, but I'm sure that these kids have definitely killed at some point. I talked to Buckethead about the Dark Energon, Wheeljack told her. And he didn't kill you? Archie asked in disbelief. Guess the one thing that he hates more than me is Unicron, Wheeljack concluded. Even if we try, we're still struggling to contact Cybertron, Archie declared. The resources on the neutral ship are not enough, Wheeljack declared. I might need to do some scouting. You could be spotted, and the island could be in danger, Archie retorted. The enemy is carrying around a portable bomb, Wheeljack retorted. I don't think that we have time to think about a human spotting us. This is so much, Archie sighed in irritation. So, do we care whether or not it's Optimus at this point? Wheeljack asked. Let's just play this game for a while, Archie relented. Hopefully they would figure something out. Megatron saw the medical professionals in a panic over Colt, surprisingly. The kids were sitting next to Reiner as a means of comfort, but Reiner looked just as worried as the rest of them. Someone managed to contact Magath, so he was in there talking to the doctors. Megatron heard footsteps and turned to see Zeke and Annie running towards them. What happened? Zeke demanded. Colt suddenly came down with a fever and collapsed, Megatron responded in his other voice. Doctors are running tests on him right now. He's going to be okay, Falco muttered, he'll be okay. He was fine when we left, Annie proclaimed. Why is he sick now? Magath exited the room and noticed the crowd awaiting by the door. Sir, Zeke saluted, what are the doctors saying? You Eldians shouldn't be here dash. It's their comrade, Megatron cut off, they deserve to know. Magath was stunned by the Titan's response, but grew tense when the Titan glared. He relented and turned to the rest of the warriors. Colt inhaled some of the energon from the blast Porco created, Magath explained, they're finding remnants of it in his blood. How? Reiner shouted as the kids looked at Magath with concern. He didn't get his mask on in time when the blast hit, Magath replied. Marley must be able to do something. Gabby shouted, we're one of the greatest nations. This is still an unfamiliar substance, Magath declared, we don't know how to counteract it. But, sir, the scientists and doctors will see what they can do, Magath told them, there's nothing you can do right now. Go home. Sir Dash. Go. Home. Magath ordered. Kman, Reiner beckoned the four away from the group before turning to Zeke, I'll be back in a little bit. Zeke nodded his head, noting how the kids were beginning to cry as Reiner moved them along. Commander, are you sure that there is nothing that can be done at the moment? No, Magath replied, but Megatron noted how, Unsteady his voice was, focus on preparing a battle strategy for the next battle. Commander Calvi wants to increase the amount of pure titans on the battlefield to 5 to see if you can control it. Understood, Zeke nodded. Annie, with me? Annie hung her head and followed Zeke. Magath felt bile rising in his throat and forced it back down. The doctors didn't know if they could save Colt. It was only a matter of time before his death. It's almost as if you shouldn't have brought a child to the battlefield, Megatron remarked. Shut the hell up, Magath hissed, I don't need your patronizing. You deserve it, Megatron declared as he stood up, he dies due to your arrogance. Megatron walked away from Magath. He could just let this happen. He could let Colt die, and Marley would be struggling to find a new successor of the Beast Titan. He didn't even have to lift a digit, but, this bothered him. Why did this bother him? Later. Reiner shut the door to Zeke's office and noticed Annie sitting on the couch, fuming in anger. She glared at him, and Reiner kept his distance away from her. We need to discuss our next plan of attack against the enemy, Zeke declared. What about Colt? Reiner asked with concern. There's nothing we can do for him right now, Zeke declared. Sir, Reiner pleaded. This is all your fault, Annie finally spoke as she stood up. Annie, I couldn't control the Titan transformation, Reiner retorted. None of this would be happening if we had just turned back. Annie hissed, if we left in the beginning, we'd all still be alive. Berthold would still be alive. We wouldn't have been experimented on. Colt would not be on his deathbed. You are responsible for everything that is happening right now. I was doing my duty as a warrior, Reiner retorted. You were never meant to be a warrior in the first place, Annie growled as she walked up to him, you shouldn't even be here. Annie, Zeke stood up. Annie grabbed Reiner's shirt. You should have died after everything you put us through. A hand suddenly appeared and grabbed Annie's wrist before removing it from Reiner's shirt. Reiner looked back in surprise to see Matthew right behind him. He didn't even notice that the man opened the door. Reiner then glanced back at Annie, and saw pure fear on her face. You being angry changes nothing, Matthew declared as he let go of Annie's wrist. Annie didn't reply to that as she stormed out of the room in a hurry. You okay? Matthew asked, snapping Reiner out of his thoughts. I can't say that I am, Reiner admitted, I can't blame Annie for thinking that way. It was my fault after all. Zeke sighed as he sat back down. We'll discuss plans tomorrow, Reiner. Reiner meekly nodded as he left Zeke's office. Colt is most likely going to die because of the Energon, Matthew explained in his normal voice. How long do you think he will have? Zeke asked. I can't say for certain, Matthew answered, I've never really experimented on organic life and Energon before. Do you know if he will suffer? Zeke asked. Probably, Matthew answered. It's unfortunate, Zeke proclaimed, but at least, Colt will not be subjected into living in this cruel world. Zeke grew tense as Matthew turned to stare at him in disbelief. Almost as if he was baffled by the sheer carelessness Zeke was emitting. He is your successor, Matthew retorted, a child who never wanted to go to war in the first place. It's not like you to suddenly have a moral compass, Zeke remarked. And you shouldn't disregard yours, Matthew said. Colt is an Eldian at the end of the day, Zeke declared, his life will always be pain and suffering. He will never be able to live a normal life. So him dying might actually be a blessing in disguise. He won't have to live in this cruel world. Zeke saw that Matthew's expression turned dark and sinister. Zeke slightly jolted when Matthew deactivated his human form. He wasn't expecting that kind of reaction out of him. Did Matthew care? Megatron took a calculated risk and returned to the neutral ship. He walked down the halls, being cautious and examining every room to ensure that the wrecker and the two-wheeler were not present. Once he was sure of it, he walked over to the main hall of the ship and accessed the ship's computer. He began typing away and searching some of the files. He knew for certain that Optimus wouldn't be careless to delete any of these files, especially if they were from the Golden Age. Megatron managed to access the files that had pertained to medicine and bioengineering before reading through the files. He didn't know why he was doing this, but as of this moment, he didn't care. He was going to find a cure for Colt. He was going to save the boy's life. Pike awoke to a dark room and a cold floor. Pike forced herself to sit up and look at her surroundings. She wasn't even given a bed. She expected this much. They experimented on her. They practically tortured her, but she didn't remember feeling any of it. She would have remembered what they did to her, but for some reason, she couldn't. Why couldn't she remember? Pike grew tense when the shadow suddenly stumbled into her prison cell without opening the door. The shadow seemed to look around in confusion before turning its attention to her. Pike crawled back in fear until her back hit the wall. The shadow quickly noticed this and raised its arms in surrender before kneeling down. "Undress the shadow spoke in a distorted voice. Pike didn't reply to that, and the shadow seemed slumped down in defeat. "What are you?" Pike asked in a whisper. The shadow raised its head at that, almost as if it was surprised by her question. "Undress Barely, Pike continued in that hushed tone as she pulled her knees to her chest, "Are you going to hurt me?" The shadow furiously shook its head. "Northeast EVR." Pike recognized the immediate response of the shadow. There was no hesitation in its answer. It was completely confident. Pike grew tense as the shadow slowly made its way towards her, with its hands raised in surrender. "HHRT, it asked. Pike shook her head. You did something. Didn't you? So that I wouldn't feel the pain." The shadow nodded its head. "Thank you," Pike said. The shadow gestured to the spot next to her, and Pike decided to oblige. She actually wouldn't mind the company, even if this was some sort of figment of her imagination. The shadow sat down next to her with its legs crossed and its arms folded. Pike could feel the warmth emitting from the being as their shoulders touched, and she couldn't resist. She found herself leaning onto the shadow's shoulder, resting her head there. Can you stay?" Pike quietly asked. She didn't know why she was asking that to this being, but she was alone, vulnerable, and scared. "WWILLLTTRY, the shadow replied. "Thank you," Pike said in a tired voice as she fell back to sleep. Chapter 65, Sickness 2. Megatron continued to scan through the files on medicine. He's been at it for the past 4 hours, ever since he arrived at the neutral ship. He wanted to gather and understand as much information as possible before returning to Marley. He still would have to find a way to examine Colt to figure out what he has. Much of the data provided in the systems were for Cybertronian biology and anatomy. He's read the books on human anatomy. Cybertronians don't have the same features as humans. No skin, no lungs, Cybertronian bodies take longer to decay. There might not be the chance that Cybertronian data would translate well to a human's condition. But Megatron was stubborn. If he could lead a project where he bioengineered an incurable virus, then he'd find a cure for a measly human. "Medicine," a voice called out from above him. Megatron quickly pressed a button to clear the data from the screen before looking up to see Hanji hanging upside down from their 3D gear. "What's the medicine for?" Hanji asked. "What are you doing here?" Megatron demanded. "I came with Optimus," Hanji explained. "He's gathering some other data as of this moment before we head back to the walls." Megatron didn't reply to them, causing them to continue. "Arky and Wheeljack are staying in the walls," Hanji explained, "and Arky is training the Survey Corps on how to be better marksmen. So her time will be more occupied." Hanji swung themselves back up due to the blood rushing to their head. "So what's the medicine for?" "None of your concern," Megatron answered in irritation as he reopened the file. He didn't want the med scientist of all people asking about this. They wouldn't let it go. "Is Zeke sick or something?" Hanji asked. "I thought that the Titan powers would help prevent the Titan shifter from being susceptible to any illness due to regenerative properties." "I said this is none of your concern." Megatron stopped searching through the database. "Do you need help with anything?" Hanji asked him. Megatron sighed in irritation. "No." "Well, good luck with your research," Hanji said to him before swinging out of the room. Megatron looked behind him to ensure that Hanji had left before continuing his research. Odd human. Morning. The Survey Corps remained quiet as Wheeljack and Arky were taking them to the port. They received reports that Kiyomi had returned with news from Hizuru about their current proposal. Archie and Wheeljack volunteered to take them, and Optimus, Hanji, and Levi were already down at the port. Jean sat in the driver's seat while Mikasa sat on the passenger's side. Eren, Armin, and Connie were in the back while Sasha was riding with Archie. Armin looked out the window to see Sasha enjoying herself, seemingly talking with Archie with great joy. They seem to be getting along, Armin remarked. It's annoying, Connie grumbled. Let's hope C doesn't steal your best friend, Wheeljack joked from the radio. I'm irreplaceable, Connie declared before moving in his seat. Why do I have to take the middle seat? 'Cause you're the shortest, Jean replied with a smirk. If anything, Armin's the shortest, Connie exclaimed. Eren managed to peer over the side view mirror to see Mikasa staring out the window in longing and anticipation. Was she excited to hear back from Hizuru? They all should be on the off chance that Optimus' proposal would succeed. But for some reason, he felt like this was different. Why did he feel like this was different? If you're that upset about being in the middle seat, why didn't you ride with Sasha and Archie? Jean demanded. I have my reasons, Connie shouted. Do you want me to stop them? Mikasa asked Wheeljack. Nah, Wheeljack shrugged off, this is pretty funny. Next time we go back, I'm taking the driver's seat, Connie declared. Like hell I'm sitting next to Jaeger, Jean shot back. That's not very nice, Jeanbo, Eren smirked. I told you to give that up, Jean declared, earning a laugh from the wrecker. They arrived at the port and drove towards the docks where Kiyomi was greeting Historia and Hanji. Optimus was able to freely be in his bipedal mode for the time being. Wheeljack opened the door, allowing for the Survey Corps to exit his alt mode. Sasha climbed off of Archie with ease, allowing the two titans to transform into their bipedal modes. Mikasa saw Kiyomi and her entourage, but she also noticed a new face in the crowd. He was standing next to Kiyomi, wearing a grey tailored suit with a hat to match. He wore round glasses, and every so often, he would spare glances up at Optimus. Mikasa noticed his attention then drifted towards Archie and Wheeljack, and Mikasa nearly gasped as she recognized who it was. It was Kenshin. Mikasa grew tense as Kenshin spared a quick glance at her. He gave her a subtle wink before turning his gaze to his other surroundings. Now that everyone is here, I have some exciting news, Kiyomi smiled. Hizuru is willing to agree to your terms, along with some conditions. Conditions being what? Levi demanded. Let's discuss this in a more private setting, Historia declared. Of course, Kiyomi nodded. Marley. Willy was going over some paperwork in regards to his communications with the Middle Eastern countries when he suddenly received a phone call. Willy picked up the phone while focusing on his paperwork. This is the Tiber residence, Willy greeted in a serious manner. I need a favor done, the voice on the other end spoke. Matthew. Willy spoke in surprise, I never thought that you would call me. Well, it's an emergency, Matthew declared. I know that you have access to the best materials money can buy, so I know for a fact that you have at least one book on medical practices. Medicine? Willy asked, what for? I'm sure you've heard one of the warriors have been infected with gas from the Colossal Titan transformation, Matthew explained. I was informed, but Matthew, this is unfamiliar material, Willy reasoned, I'm not even sure that you can help him with what we have. Also, you've said so yourself. You've never had a proper education. You owe me, Matthew reminded, I've provided my services time and time again. The least you can do is give me a damn book. Okay, Willy relented, but I would prefer to have it returned to me. Give me 3 days, Matthew requested. I'll meet you at the Librario bar, Willy told him. Might cause a bit of a scene, Matthew proclaimed. I won't be all flashy, I promise, Willy swore. Fine. I'll meet you there, Matthew stated. Paradise. So, Hizuru is willing to meet Optimus' demands, Kiyomi began as they were all seated in the same room they were in the first time the Azumabito clan arrived the first time. Optimus was standing next to the wall in his hollow form while Archie was leaning against the wall in hers. Since Wheeljack didn't have a hollow form of his own, he remained outside, and Archie would be feeding him information. You said there were conditions, Historia reminded. Right, Kiyomi nodded, one of those conditions being that the Emperor would like to see the process of collecting and gathering energon. He wants to ensure that you won't be seen when searching for this material on our world. This world doesn't have advanced technology, Arki reminded. But Titans are real, Kiyomi reasoned, having a Titan in our homeland, along with Hizuru's previous alignments with the Eldians, all of us will be made into targets. The Emperor wants to ensure that the Titans are conducting this as carefully as possible. Arki waited a brief moment before turning to Kiyomi. Wheeljack says that the Emperor better not be airsick. Mikasa could see the faintest smirk on Kenshin's lips, but it quickly faded. The Emperor would also like to meet the Queen in person, Kiyomi added. Absolutely not, Pixis declared. The Emperor believes it would be a good idea for the two leaders to actually meet, Kiyomi reasoned. And what's to stop someone from trying to assassinate her? Levi demanded. Mikasa was able to stay in Hizuru for a week, Kiyomi reminded. Because Buckethead threatened to destroy it if anything happened to her, Hanji retorted. Do you think it would help improve relations? Historia asked Kiyomi. I think it would help, Kiyomi admitted. Historia thought it over. Fine, but I'm allowed to bring some of the Survey Corps with me, and they are allowed to wear their 3D gear. A fair trade, Kiyomi relented, having someone as important as you in a different land without any proper protection would be wrong. Thank you, Historia nodded. How long will the Emperor require us to stay? A day, Kiyomi answered. He would like to treat you to a traditional meal. Any other demands? Hanji asked. He did state that he wished to meet Optimus Prime in person, Kiyomi added as she turned to the Titan. You are the one who proposed this solution. I apologize, but I need to remain here in the event of an emergency, Optimus proclaimed. I will send him your regards then, Kiyomi stated, earning a nod from the Prime. He's too big for the ship, Wheeljack told Arki, almost causing her to snort in laughter. Megatron waited patiently inside the bar in a corner table. Thankfully it was the daytime, and there weren't that many humans here. Hopefully, the Tiber would actually meet with him on time and he could find the solution faster. You're saving him now, his younger self began, but there is no incentive. No benefit. The benefit would be to let him die, unless you actually care about him. Before Megatron could snap at him, the doors swung open and Willy entered, wearing a dark tailored suit and a black hat. His hair was tied, and he was holding a bag of books in his right hands. Willy noticed Megatron sitting in the corner table and walked over to him to sit down across from him. Do you want me to get you a drink? Willy asked him. No, Megatron replied bluntly before turning his attention to the bag. Is that all you have? Well, you didn't specify which ones you wanted, so I brought in 10, Willy explained. I do hope that it's enough for you. Megatron grabbed one of the books and opened it up to briefly read the information. This is enough. However, I need to figure out the closest disease Cold has before I make a medicine to counteract it. I mean, Willy trailed off, can you? This is highly advanced medicine. I doubt that you could create something, even if you knew what you were doing. I'm very stubborn, Megatron reasoned as he shut the book. Willy was stunned by the rather confident response. Does Commander Calvi know you're doing this? This is a personal project, Megatron replied. You're doing this because you want to help out an Eldian? Willy asked in surprise. I doubt that Marley wants to go scrambling for another warrior candidate after wasting so much money training Colt, Megatron retorted, but his answer wasn't enough to satisfy him as Megatron noticing the hopeful smile on Willy's face. Tell anyone about this and I will burn the books, Megatron warned. I don't need Marley keeping me here and forcing me to be a permanent soldier. I understand, Willy nodded, knowing that Matthew wasn't going to admit that he cared. We get to go to Hizuru, Armin spoke as the Survey Corps began to eat and talk. This is so exciting, Sasha commented. I'm really excited to try their foods. Mikasa, is it going to be more seafood? Connie asked her. Mikasa nodded absent-mindedly, her mind still occupied on the fact that Kenshin was somehow allowed to come to the island. How did he even convince the Emperor to come? Well, it should be nice, Jean proclaimed. We probably won't be able to see the city if this Energon search is going to be happening. The Emperor said that he would treat us, Sasha retorted. but this is strictly business, Jean reminded. Eren noticed the distant expression on Mikasa's face as she continued eating. Something was wrong. She was acting weird ever since the clan arrived, but what could it be for? Hey, you know how there's a new person on Azumabito's entourage? Connie remarked. I'm surprised you noticed that, Jean remarked. Well, look, Connie advised them as he pointed ahead. The Survey Corps turned to see Kenshin talking with Historia as they walked in tandem. They appeared to be having a relatively normal conversation, but they couldn't hear what either was saying. That's weird, Jean remarked. Does anyone know who he is? Eren asked with caution before turning to Mikasa. Did you see him in Hizuru? He's Kiyomi's nephew, Mikasa answered. I met him at the opening ceremony for the spring festival. I wasn't aware she had any family, Armin said in surprise. Want to invite him over? Sasha asked. He already seems busy, Mikasa reasoned, not wanting to cause any issues. She was making the assumption that he was coming in a disguise, and she didn't want to interact with him to the point where his identity would be revealed and he would be put in danger. Connie didn't seem to care as he stood up. Hey. Tall, gray suit. Connie. Mikasa hissed as she pulled him down by his arm. Kenshin turned to see the Survey Corps sitting and staring at the two of them. I'll talk to you later, Kenshin told Historia. They're good people, just be a little open-minded, Historia whispered to him. I'm already seeing Titans walking around, Kenshin retorted before waving goodbye and walking over to the Survey Corps. Hey, Kenshin greeted, I'm told that you guys are going to be Queen Historia's escorts in Hizuru. We all trained together in the 104th, so it would make sense for us to go, Armin reasoned. Oh, so the Queen's a soldier too, Kenshin remarked in surprise, that's interesting. Mikasa says that you're Kiyomi's nephew, Jean remarked. Kenshin was a little startled by the statement before turning to Mikasa. He gave a reassuring smile to her when he noticed her nervousness. Lady Mikasa, it's been a while, Kenshin greeted as he held out his hand to her. It's good to see you, too, Mikasa replied as she shook his hand. And yes, I am Kiyomi's nephew, Kenshin lied, I'm Kenji. Nice to meet you all. So what's someone like you doing on the island? Eren demanded, wanting to know Kenshin's motivation for being here. Mikasa nearly kicked him in the leg while Kenshin stared in surprise. Kenshin's eyes drifted towards Eren's arm, and he noticed the red string hiding under his sleeve. Kenshin nearly smirked as he put his hands behind his back. I just wanted to see the island for myself, Kenshin answered truthfully. That's it. Jean answered, clearly baffled by the answer, your aunt is here for money. There's no way that you're not too. Fair assumption, but I'm not much of a gambler, Kenshin admitted, besides, I'm pretty satisfied where I'm at and my parents are well off. And your parents were okay with letting you come here? Connie questioned in disbelief. Kenshin laughed at that. Are you kidding? My father and I were having an argument about it for weeks. I had to bargain with him so much just to let me stay here for the night. What did you bargain? Armin asked. Political work, Kenshin responded dejectedly, it's so much. So you're a trained liar. Eren hissed, earning a glare from Mikasa. All politicians are trained liars, Kenshin proclaimed, but I guess that means anything that comes out of my mouth, you won't believe. Guess not, Eren replied. Stop, Mikasa spoke in a serious tone. Eren was stunned by her order before he relented and backed down. Meanwhile, Kenshin glanced over to see Kiyomi beckoning him to come to her side. Well, it's been fun, but Kiyomi needs me, Kenshin proclaimed. Kenshin wanted to get one final reaction out of Eren to confirm his suspicions, so he put a hand on Mikasa's shoulder. Good to see you again, Kenshin smiled. Mikasa nodded and gave the smallest smile. Kenshin nearly blew his cover when he saw that Eren looked full-on ready to kill him. Kenshin waved goodbye to the rest of them before heading to Kiyomi. He seems nice, Sasha remarked. Megatron snuck into the medical room where Colt was being held. He opened the door and gently closed it before turning to Colt's body. He was sweating profusely, trying to take deep breaths. There were dark circles around his eyes. He clutched his chest and stirred restlessly. He let out moans of pain, and Megatron could hear the faintest whimpers of him calling out to his mother. Megatron walked over to Colt and took his pulse, noting how much faster it was. Now that Megatron was closer to the boy, he could hear the uneven, ragged breaths he was trying to take. It had to be some sort of lung infection. Magath did state that he couldn't get his mask on in time before the blast hit. Matthew, Colt croaked out. Quiet, Megatron ordered in his other voice, save your strength. Colt groaned in response. Suddenly, Colt was overcome by sudden fits of coughing. Megatron noticed a cloth on the table and grabbed it before covering Colt's mouth. Colt continued to cough in the cloth before it died down and he returned to labored breathing. Megatron saw the blood seeping through the cloth and folded it before it could drip on the floor. Will I die? Colt croaked as tears streamed down his face. I don't. I said save your strength, Megatron repeated as he stood up and left the room. He didn't want to stay in there longer than he needed to, and see that human who just wanted to protect his family slowly die on that bed. Mikasa was going over her 3D gear to make sure that everything was in place and that nothing was broken when she heard a knock on the door. She turned to see Kenshin walking in with a smile on his face before looking around at the other 3D gear. So this is what you use to fight Titans? Kenshin asked as he sat down next to Mikasa. Looks complicated. Where is Kiyomi? Mikasa asked. Talking with the other military heads about where that White Titan should meet up with my father, Kenshin answered. Wheeljack is his name, I think. You shouldn't be here, Mikasa declared. What if someone finds out who you are? You could be killed. The only person that knows who I am is Historia, Kenshin explained, and that was because I told her. I have no idea if she believes me or not, but she's pretty young to be a queen. I thought association might help ease her worries. Is that why your father wants Historia to come to Hizuru? Mikasa asked. Because you're here? More or less, Kenshin answered. Did you really come here because you wanted to see the island? Mikasa asked. I wanted to prove a point to my father, that the island wasn't full of devils, and that you weren't what he considered an anomaly, Kenshin answered, that you were just people. I also wanted to see my friend from across the sea, make sure that you were okay. I appreciate that, Mikasa said, but I can't say that things have been easier since Wheeljack and Archie arrived. I've heard that there was tension, but they seem fine, Kenshin proclaimed. Did they hurt anyone? No, Mikasa answered, but it's a lot more complicated, and I can't tell you because it's considered classified information. Kenshin hummed in response. Well, if you need to talk, I'm here. Thank you, Mikasa nodded. Your friends seem nice, Kenshin commented, especially Mr. Trustworthy. I'm sorry about him, Mikasa apologized, realizing he was talking about Eren. It's fine, Kenshin chuckled. A good thing about hiding my identity means I get a much more honest reaction out of the people around me. But I'm guessing things have been pretty brutal for them. They all had these serious looks. Almost like their innocence is gone. We've all had it taken away a long time ago, Mikasa declared. I'm sorry, Kenshin apologized. It's okay, Mikasa said, it wasn't your fault. There was silence between the two before Kenshin smirked at her. So that's the guy. Mikasa raised an eyebrow, wondering what he was implying before realization hit her. She felt her cheeks heat up and quickly turned back to her work. You could do better, Kenshin joked. Kenshin yelped as Mikasa ended up shoving him out of his seat. Later, Megatron was going to return to the neutral ship, but noticed the transport for the Azumabaitos ship at the port. Megatron turned around and arrived at the port before transforming and landing on the ground. He was ready to activate his COMM link and talk to Optimus, but stopped when he saw Archie walking out of the port with a tired expression on her faceplates. That expression disappeared into caution and anger as she noticed Megatron staring at her with the exact same expression of caution. The two of them stared each other down, neither being intimidated in any way. The tension was cut when Archie turned and walked back to the port, causing Megatron to feel slight relief. He didn't want to deal with anything right now. Armin was going to get ready to pack some of his equipment for tomorrow when he noticed Archie passing by. He looked up to see that Archie had a rather irritated expression on her face, which confused him. She was fine earlier. Maybe she was just tired? Armin turned to the direction she was coming from and realized that Megatron was present outside of the port while his COMM link was still activated. Armin quickly walked over to Megatron just as he finished his conversation, most likely with Optimus. Megatron, Armin called out as Megatron was about to leave. Megatron looked down at Armin before straightening himself out. I didn't say anything to the two-wheeler, if that's what you're here for, Megatron responded. You should avoid them, Armin advised, for everyone's sake. I'm working on that, Megatron informed, and you should be careful in regards to your trip to Hizuru. We will, Armin said. I didn't get the chance to say this, but thank you for protecting Mikasa when the two of you were in Hizuru. Megatron didn't reply to that as he transformed and flew off to the neutral ship. Armin sighed to himself as he returned to the port. Sometimes it was really hard to find out what that Titan was thinking. The next day, Wheeljack began calibrating his ship as the Survey Corps tightened the straps on their 3D gear. Kiyomi and Kenshin looked at the ship in awe. You know we could sell that ship for billions, Kiyomi whispered to Kenshin, earning an elbow into her side from her nephew. Lady Kiyomi, a voice spoke. The two turned to see Optimus walking up to them in his human form. I apologize for not coming with you, Optimus said to her, but my presence is needed on the island in the event of a surprise attack. I do guarantee that the two of you will be safe with Wheeljack and the Survey Corps. I trust them with my life. I understand, and thank you for the reassurance in your comrades, Kiyomi nodded. I will still be sure to send Emperor Taisho your regards. That is actually why I am here, Optimus began as he pulled out an envelope. I was hoping that you could deliver this letter to Prince Kenshin. To the prince? Kiyomi asked in surprise. He left a letter and book he provided, and I wished to write him back, Optimus explained. He did. Kiyomi said with a knowing look as she turned to Kenshin, who looked nervous and excited. So I was hoping that you would deliver this to him, Optimus finished. Kiyomi took the letter from Optimus' hands. I'll be sure to give it to him. Thank you, Optimus nodded. Have a safe journey. Kiyomi and Kenshin bowed to the Prime as he walked away. Optimus glanced back and saw Kiyomi handing the letter to her nephew, who quickly took it and put it in his pocket. Optimus then looked ahead to see Historia in formal wear holding Emir's hands into her own. She was quietly reassuring her wife, and almost went to kiss her, but realized what would happen if she did. She said her goodbyes before letting go of Emir's hands. Optimus saw a bitter expression on Emir's face as Historia made her way to the jackhammer. It is only for a day, Optimus reassured Emir as he walked up to her. I know, Emir grumbled, I should go. I said I would be her protector, but she asked me to stay on the island with you to help protect it. She brought up valid points. I still can't say that it's fun. I am sorry about the stress the situation is causing you, Optimus apologized. Well, it's better than Zeke's proposal, Emir proclaimed. Historia stays safe and isn't made to be a Titan shifter. Optimus placed a hand on Emir's shoulder while Emir looked on ahead. Jackhammer's ready, Archie informed them as she walked inside. You brats know the rules when we get to Hizuru, Levi told them, earning a nod from all of them. Kiyomi and Kenshin watched as the Survey Corps walked onto the ship with ease, while Hanji ran inside with eagerness. They looked at each other before walking into the ship. Kiyomi grew stiff when the door closed behind all of them. All right everyone, Wheeljack began as he activated the manual system while Archie sat down in the other seat. Don't touch anything and don't throw up on my ship. Is there something we can grab onto? Connie asked nervously. No, but I'll try to add it later, Wheeljack said. Everyone stumbled as the ship began to levitate off the ground. It turned towards the direction of Hizuru before Wheeljack activated the thrusters and took off. Everyone okay? Archie asked as she turned to them. Disoriented, but okay, Hanji proclaimed as Armin was already feeling airsick. Mikasa quickly rushed to his side and the two of them sat down against the wall. We should have taken the long way, Kenshin mumbled to himself. Megatron continued taking notes on the books that he was reading in his room. The books were opened and scattered around him while he was writing his notes in his own notebook that he went to buy. Cold had a lung infection, and it seemed similar to what the humans are referring to as tuberculosis. He wasn't sure if it existed on Earth, but the humans here don't exactly have a cure for it. And as far as he knew, this was a bacterial infection. He wasn't sure how Energon would play into this and how it could be removed. The data from the neutral ship wasn't enough, and he couldn't exactly use the cortical psychic patch to extract the exact information he used to create Cybonic Plague. Megatron heard a knock at his door and set his notebook down before standing up. He walked over and opened the door slightly to see Annie glaring at him. "What?" Megatron demanded in his other vernacular. "What are you doing?" Annie demanded. "None of your business," Megatron answered. He didn't want anyone else knowing what he was working on, especially not her. "You need to train the warrior cadets," Annie reminded. "Well, they're not exactly okay right now," Megatron reasoned. "Leave me alone." Megatron was ready to shut the door, but Annie quickly wedged her fingers in between the door and forced it open. "I said dash." Annie kicked the door open, causing Megatron to stumble back. Annie then walked into the room and shut the door behind her. She looked down at the floor in surprise to see all the books about medicine on the ground before glaring at Megatron. "What's this for?" Annie demanded. "Tell me or I tell my superiors." Megatron rolled his eyes. "I'm trying to find a cure for Colt." What?" Annie stuttered. "We both know Marley's incompetent and may very well let him die," Megatron explained. "He's one of the few people in this place that I tolerate, so I'm going to try and save him." "I was told who you were," Annie said. "I read your file. You don't have a proper education." "This is out of stubbornness," Megatron admitted. "Do you even understand this?" Annie asked. "Parts of it," Megatron answered. "I'm trying to figure out the closest thing that Colt might have and work from there." Megatron knelt down and picked up the contaminated cloth in a closed jar. "I have the sample, but I need actual medical equipment to examine it." "I can get it for you," Annie proclaimed. "What?" Megatron asked in surprise as he stood up. "I can direct you to the science division and get you access to the materials," Annie declared. "I've been down there for 2 years." "I assume you would have been locked up," Megatron admitted. "They've had to move me around," Annie explained. "Why are you willing to help me?" Megatron asked. "I don't want Colt to die either," Annie declared. Megatron stared at her for a brief moment before grabbing his notebook and standing up. "We go now." Annie nodded her head as the two of them exited the room, leaving the open books behind. An hour later. "What's that?" Hanji asked from Wheeljack's shoulder as they pointed to the buttons on his steering wheel. "The blasters for the ship," Wheeljack answered. "What's that?" Hanji asked as they pointed to the red button on the holographic screen. "Missile launchers," Wheeljack answered. "What's that?" Hanji asked as they pointed to the blue button next to it. "Autopilot," Wheeljack answered as he pressed it and let go of the steering wheel. "The ship flies by itself." Hanji marveled at the sight. "I want one." Wheeljack chuckled as he turned off the autopilot and took control of the steering wheel. "So Mikasa, you must be excited to return to Hizuru," Sasha remarked as Mikasa continued to comfort Armin. "I am," Mikasa admitted, "but I wish it wasn't under these circumstances. With business and all. We get to meet the Emperor, so that sounds pretty cool," Connie added. "And I expect you all to be on your best behavior," Kiyomi declared. "The Emperor is very formal and very demanding." "He's an uptight asshole," Kenshin added. "Wow, what a way to insult your ruler," Jean nearly laughed while Historia stared in shock. "Which is something we should refrain from," Kiyomi stared at Kenshin in disapproval. "It still would be nice to actually see Hizuru as civilians, not as soldiers," Armin spoke, still feeling a little sick. "Well, next time you guys do come, I can show you guys around Kyoto," Kenshin offered. "Really?" Connie asked in surprise. "Sure," Kenshin answered as he noticed Eren staring at him. "We're starting to become allies, right?" Eren felt like the question was directed at him and turned his attention to Arki, who remained seated, staring at one of the screens on her side. He hated this. He really hated this. "Wheeljack," Arki spoke as she gestured to the screens on her side. Wheeljack looked over to see a group of 6 humans riding to their location on horseback, almost making it to the spot. "Buckle up," Wheeljack informed the others before thrusting the steering wheel forward. The jackhammer flew past the riding horses before arriving at an open field with no other humans present. The jackhammer slowed to a stop before landing on the ground with ease. Wheeljack opened the door to the jackhammer, allowing the humans to step out. Kiyomi and Kenshin stepped out with ease, happy to be back home. Mikasa followed next, taking in the sights around her. The Survey Corps then followed her out, stunned at the sights around them. They were in a large grassy field with different shaped trees on all sides. They could all see a large mountain in the distance that appeared to be covered in white. Queen Historia, Commander Hanji, Survey Corps, welcome to Hizuru, Kiyomi said with a smile on her face. Eren stared at his surroundings in disbelief while Armin stared in awe. It looked so beautiful to Armin, he could marvel at it for days. Armin, we're off the island, Eren spoke in a whisper, we're not on the island anymore. Armin blinked in surprise as he turned to everyone else, noticing that same recognition appear on all their faces. All their lives, they were stuck behind the walls. They were stuck on that little island, isolated from the rest of the world. They believed they were the last of humanity. Now they were on another continent, with more people, and it. Not bad, Levi spoke in a quiet voice. Hanji stretched their arms out before falling and landing on their back into the grass. This is so cool. Historia looked before Kiyomi to see the 6 horses closing in on them. The Survey Corps grew tense as Hanji got up from the grass and dusted themselves off. Levi gestured to Ponytail and Hanji quickly combed out the grass entangled in it. Mikasa's mouth formed a thin line as the horses stopped directly in front of them. She saw Emperor Taisho getting off of his horse with grace while the others decided to remain on, spooked and cautious of the ship and the islanders before them. They had guns on their side and a rifle on their back, signifying that they were soldiers of some kind. Taisho walked up to Kiyomi in a black suit, causing the ambassador to bow. Lord Taisho, Kiyomi greeted. You have returned safely, Taisho remarked. The island provided adequate hospitality, Kiyomi declared. Taisho nodded in acknowledgement before glancing over at Kenshin. The Emperor chose not to reply while Kenshin turned his eyes to the side. Taisho then turned his attention to Historia, and there was the faintest hint of surprise in his eyes. You are Queen Historia, Taisho said. Yes I am, Historia nodded. You are younger than I thought, Taisho admitted. You look older than I thought, Historia shot back. Kenshin snickered before quickly shutting his mouth. Taisho gave Kenshin a disapproving look before turning back to Historia. Regardless, I am glad that I was able to formally meet you, Taisho declared as he held out his hand. Likewise, Historia replied as she shook his hand. Taisho's men suddenly grew tense and pulled out their rifles and aimed them above the Survey Corps. The Survey Corps were ready to attack, but realized that Wheeljack made his presence known by walking out and leaning against the side of his ship. Good day, Your Majesty, Wheeljack greeted in a mock salute, stunning the soldiers there. Name's Wheeljack. So, they really do have intelligence? Taisho questioned. Yes, Hanji piped up as they gestured to Wheeljack, and he is an ally, so let's not shoot our allies. And you are? Commander Hanji Zoe of the Survey Corps, Hanji introduced themselves. I work with the Metal Titans on a daily basis. I specifically asked for Optimus Prime's presence, since he was the one who proposed this idea, Taisho reminded. Optimus decided to remain on the island in the event of an emergency, Hanji reasoned, hopefully that is not much of a problem. I must say I'm very disappointed, Taisho admitted. Perhaps you should come to the island, since Queen Historia has fulfilled your request in coming here, Kenshin suggested. Wheeljack, the ship's picking up something, Archie called out from the pilot's seat as she watched the monitors. You come in with? Wheeljack asked them, horses stay here if you do. I don't want to go back on, Armin groaned to himself, but Jean pulled him along anyway. I am uncertain if this is safe, Taisho remarked. We came back just fine without my entourage, Kiyomi retorted, I assure you, they are good people. Taisho's mouth formed a thin line before turning to his soldiers. Stay here. Sir Dash. If I'm not back at this location by sunset, return to the castle and call for the troops, Taisho ordered in his native tongue. Wheeljack moved inside the jackhammer and Archie got up from the pilot's seat and moved to the passenger's seat. We have until sunset, Wheeljack told her in Cybertronian, earning a silent nod from the smaller Titan. Annie and Megatron peered around the wall as two scientists that were conversing with one another. Once they turned the corner, Annie and Megatron walked down the halls as casually as possible. "We make another right," Annie explained. "This place doesn't have any security," Megatron remarked in his other voice, "at least not any proper one." "They wouldn't let Eldians near this stuff," Annie retorted, "and Merlians were always pretty lazy since many were never sent to the front lines." They rounded the corner and found a closed red door. Annie walked over to it and placed her hand on the handle. She turned it to see if it was locked, and when she realized it wasn't, she beckoned Megatron to come inside. Megatron quickly followed inside and Annie looked on both ends of the hall before shutting the door. Megatron looked around to see all the medical and scientific equipment on the tables and the shelves of the room. "This is all Marley has to offer?" Megatron demanded. "These are some of their recent models," Annie declared, "along with some of the more powerful chemicals." "Will this be enough to make something?" Megatron asked Annie. "That's up to you," Annie answered. "Why are you doing this for me?" Megatron asked. "Because I want Colt to live, and the only other option Colt has if Marley can't find anything is to turn him into a pure Titan," Annie explained. Megatron picked up the pipette on the table and examined it. "Thank you, Lionheart." Annie froze in fear, slowly turning her head to see Matthew putting the supply back down on the table. He didn't recognize that he called her that. It was said so absent-mindedly. There was only one other being that called her that. That means, she was right. She was right to punch him. She was right to be pissed off, but, she couldn't understand. Why was he going out of his way to help Colt? It didn't make sense. "Just, save him," Annie pleaded before leaving the room, not wanting the Flying Titan to become suspicious of her. Megatron stared at the equipment before him. He couldn't work with this right now. He needed to wait until the night. He couldn't risk being caught in the day. The air in the jackhammer was a little tense, but doable, for most of them. The Survey Corps were able to interact amongst themselves while Hanji asked question after question about the jackhammer to Wheeljack. Taisho remained in the corner with Kiyomi out of familiarity, but Kenshin was able to interact with the Survey Corps members with ease. "So does his Ura look like what we just saw?" Armin asked as he remained seated on the floor. "A lot of mountains and forests," Kenshin replied, "no deserts though, but there is a decent amount of snow during the winter." "What's your favorite place?" Sasha asked. "That's tough," Kenshin admitted as he put his hand under his chin. "I would have to say the Takekiho Gorge. Whenever I would visit, I would usually take the boat so that I could see the vertical cliffs from below." "We should go," Connie exclaimed. "We're on a tight schedule," Archie declared, "we don't have time for detours." Jean, Connie, and Sasha groaned in response. "Stop whining," Levi ordered. Taisho was quite stunned by the interaction, not really sure about what to expect. Everyone thought that this was normal, and Kenshin was adapting to this with such ease. "You should be proud," Kiyomi said in her native tongue. "Kenshin is handling himself well with foreign affairs." "Does anyone know his identity?" Taisho asked her. "Queen Historia," Kiyomi replied, "that's it." Kiyomi noticed Taisho tapping his fingers against the wall. "You're tense." "I wasn't sure if what you were telling me was true," Taisho admitted, not noticing Levi eyeing them in suspicion, that there were Titans from among the stars. "Now I'm standing in one of their ships while my son is having a casual conversation with the Islanders." "You should have seen Optimus and the Flying Titan fight," Kiyomi said as Levi walked over to Archie. "Their battle was beautiful and brutal. More than enough to make anyone a believer. This will benefit us in the end. His Ura will become rich and have the power to defend themselves against Marley. Having these Titans here only leads to endless possibilities of uncertainty," Taisho declared. "We cannot expect all of these Titans to be willing to help out humans." "You still let them come to his Ura nonetheless," Kiyomi retorted. "Because Marley has been advancing more rapidly than any of us could have predicted," Taisho reminded. "Marley could conquer the world with this power and destroy everything before rebuilding it in their own image. And the Titans they have under their care are being powered by the source of the Metal Titans. I don't know why my son would be willing to accept this help on the chance of peace. Well, things are working out so far, Kiyomi retorted. Maybe there is a chance that Hizuru can survive this with the help of the island. If not, then I expect full well that all the blame will be placed on the Azumabito clan. Kiyomi dash. Don't feel sorry for me now, Taisho, Kiyomi interrupted, you know I was always the risk taker. Levi read the translated conversation from Arki's datapad on her shoulder. They looked at each other with uncertainty before Arki decided to shut off the datapad and put it between her seat where it couldn't be easily reached. We're here, Wheeljack informed as he landed the ship in front of the entrance to a cave. He opened the door, allowing the humans to exit and examine their surroundings. So the Energon is where? Jean asked. In the cave, Arki answered as she exited the ship with a tracker in her servo. We're going to scout the cave and see how long it goes for. Wheeljack is going to stay with the ship. We need someone on the outside. Armin, Connie, Sasha, stay with Wheeljack, Hanji ordered the three. Yes, Commander. Sasha saluted. Historia, I don't think it would be wise for you to come with us, Hanji reasoned. It should be safe, Historia retorted before turning to Arki. It's not mined, right? Tracker says there's a strong Energon signal, Arki explained, but we don't know what the cave looks like, how structurally sound it is. As long as we don't touch anything, we should be fine, right? Historia pressed. Arki's mouth formed a thin line. In theory. Kenji, stay here, Kiyomi ordered. But dash. Stay here, Kiyomi repeated in a stricter tone. Kenshin rolled his eyes. Fine. Your Majesty, you should stay here, too, Kiyomi reasoned. I came here to see what you had to offer, Taisho declared as he looked up at Arki. I intend to see it through. Don't tell anyone, Arki requested as she walked inside. Hanji followed her with eagerness and excitement while Levi followed behind them with caution. Eren, Mikasa, and Jean went inside the cave next, forming a circle around Historia, while Kiyomi and Taisho followed. If anything happens, you two need to get them out of the cave as soon as possible, Levi told Mikasa and Jean, earning a nod from both of them. Eren, your power might be the only thing that can stop the cave-in, Levi said to him. We're counting on you if something happens. Eren nodded his head in response, acknowledging the responsibility placed on his shoulders. Taisho kept his eyes on Arki before willing himself to speak. Titan dash. Arki, the Autobot corrected without sparing a glance. Arki, Taisho continued, this world has an end. It stops at one point. I am assuming that your world does too. But I have heard that there are worlds beyond this one based on other interactions. I must ask, is there an end to the world beyond this one? Don't know, Arki answered with little hesitation. Huh? What do you mean you don't know? Jean asked in confusion. We don't know, Arki explained as the tracker beeped even louder. Cybertronians have a long history of traveling past our planet, but even we don't know how far it goes. Wheeljack and I didn't even know that this world existed. Because space is so big, there's going to be an infinite amount of worlds. In theory. They all stopped, and the humans stared in awe at the sight of unrefined, crystallized energon covering every single corner of the cave. Space is infinite, Arki finished. This was on our land, the whole time, Kiyomi declared in irritation. How did we not notice it? Well, no one knew to look for it, Hanji shrugged as they pointed their handle to the ceiling. If you'll excuse me. Hanji laughed with excitement as they hooked themselves to the ceiling of the cave and flew upward. Hey, be careful! Arki exclaimed as she tried to grab them. I do this all the time, Hanji reassured and waved Arki off. They're worse than Maiko, Arki muttered to herself. We should take a sample, right? Hanji asked. Yes, we will need a sample, Arki groaned. Don't touch anything. I still need to see if there are other areas in the cave. But this is so much fun. Hanji retorted. 4 eyes, Levi warned. Hanji groaned as they lowered themselves to the ground before unhooking their harness and landing on their feet. Happy, they rolled their eyes. Outside. How we doin' in there? Wheeljack asked Arki from the ship. Good, Arki replied, so far, everything looks structurally stable. I'm going to bring a sample over so you can analyze it after I'm done scouting. Let me know if anything happens, Wheeljack told her. It's so peaceful here, Connie commented as he lied down in the grass. I mean, it sucks that we can't go inside, Sasha retorted. We're off the island. Connie exclaimed, that's already cool enough. When we contact Cybertron, we might find a way for you guys to see that, Wheeljack called out from the cockpit. See Cybertron? Armin asked in surprise. Will Hizuru be able to see it? Kenshin asked from his seat on the ramp. Not up to me, Wheeljack answered, wouldn't mind though. This is all so surreal, Kenshin proclaimed in a wistful tone, you guys are lucky. I don't really know about lucky, Armin admitted as he sat down next to him. You get be interacting with beings from beyond the stars, Kenshin retorted, I'm sure nothing on this world can compare to that. Sure, Armin agreed, but there are some things from their world we don't fully know and fully comprehend. We can't fully interact with it on the same level as this world because it's so different. Even so, we were all pretty shocked when we learned the truth about this world. Were you disappointed? Kenshin asked in curiosity. Yeah, Armin admitted solemnly, I used to read books about the world outside the walls. It was a world untamed and beautiful. I still want to see that world, more than anything, but we could very well be killed for something we had no idea about. I was hoping that if we just talked, then maybe there wouldn't be a reason to fight. That there could be peace for the island. And then you can travel the world as you please. Kenshin concluded. Hopefully, Armin confessed, but I do want my home to be safe. I do too, Kenshin agreed, I want both of our homes to be safe. Armin smiled at that. I can't lie, part of me thought you were going to avoid us and call us devils. I never really thought of you guys as devils, Kenshin proclaimed, and I was glad to be proven right when I met Mikasa and the Flying Titan. You met me Matthew too? Armin asked in surprise. Yep, Kenshin answered with the pop of his lips, such an asshole, but part of me thinks that he's lost. I don't know. I'm basing this on limited interaction. Armin didn't reply to that. It's actually been a while since he's had an actual conversation with him. He didn't know where his head was at, what with Wheeljack and Archie now in the picture. And part of him was worried, about the situation, and for Megatron's safety. Hey, Kenji, is that a deer? Sasha asked as she pointed to the rather small deer eating some grass rather close to the ship. Yeah, that's a Sika deer, Kenshin replied, never thought it would be this close to the ship. It's probably never been hunted before, Sasha declared. True, Kenshin agreed, not many humans out here in this part of Hizuru. It's beautiful, Sasha commented. Alright, Wheeljack, we're coming back to you, Archie informed through the COMM link. "'Kay, I'll see you soon," Wheeljack nodded. The four humans watched as Archie and the others emerged from the cave with a small chunk of energon in her servo. She walked over to the entrance and threw chunk to Wheeljack, who caught it with ease. "I'll run this later when we get back to the island," Wheeljack informed. "We'll drop you off at the same coordinates we met you and we'll be on our way," Archie informed the Emperor. "I still have not treated you all to a proper meal," Taisho proclaimed as he turned to the Survey Corps, "you have all traveled a long way." "Didn't take that long," Jean mumbled, causing Sasha to quickly cover his mouth. "It was part of the agreement," Historia explained to Hanji and Levi. Hanji and Levi glanced over at each other before turning to Archie. "You guys will be fine, right? We can analyze the energon from the ship," Archie said. "Then I guess that we will stay for dinner then," Historia told the Emperor. "We have a villa not too far from here," Taisho told Wheeljack, "it's isolated from others, so you can land the ship close to there." "We still have to meet up with your soldiers we left behind," Wheeljack retorted as he closed the door to the ship. Later, the jackhammer arrived at the villa and landed in a spot hidden within the trees. Wheeljack opened the door, allowing the humans to exit and observe their surroundings. The villa had a one-story home, but it was still pretty large, with a view of a clear lake behind it. There were a different variety of green, luscious trees that surrounded the body of water. The roof of the home was painted blue, while the walls of the home were painted white. "Nice home," Hanji commented. "I'll be staying on the ship," Wheeljack informed. "If you would please come with me," Taisho beckoned. The Survey Corps followed the Hizuru natives, but Archie quickly placed her servo on the closest person, who happened to be Sasha. If anything happens, scream and I'll come barging in, Archie whispered. Sasha nodded in response as she followed her comrades inside. As they made their way inside, the Survey Corps continued to quietly marvel at their surroundings. They were met with smooth wooden floors and white as snow walls. The Survey Corps saw the servants passing by staring in confusion at them, but respectfully bowing to the Emperor. I must ask where your wife is, Kiyomi spoke. I was hoping to see her today. She is at the palace, Taisho answered bluntly. How unfortunate, Kiyomi sighed. I did bring something from the palace, Taisho said before whistling. The uneven pattern of steps hit the wooden floor as the Survey Corps saw two unfamiliar dogs appear from a room. Mikasa recognized Tadao and Kenzo as they made their way to the crowd before pawing up Kenshin's leg. No, down, Kenshin ordered his dogs in a hushed tone, but they looked up at him eagerly. Are those your dogs? Connie asked in confusion. Kenshin turned to his father in irritation. Damn it, father. You sold me out. Wait, what? Armin exclaimed while Eren stared in shock. You were gone for a day, and they would not stop scratching the door to our room, Taisho told him. They kept your mother up all night. Ah, they missed you, Kiyomi smiled. Kenshin groaned as Mikasa kneeled down to pet Kenzo. Kenzo licked her hand while Mikasa petted his head. So, you're the crowned prince? Hanji asked in a curious tone while the recruits stared in shock. Kenshin sighed as he removed his glasses and took off his hat before combing his hair back with his hands. Yes, I am Kenshin, the current heir to the throne. Cool, Hanji smiled. Marley, that night. Calvi walked down the corridors of the science division, finishing up a conversation with his scientists about the thorn from the Flying Titan. Even after all this time, there was still no proper way to analyze it and find more of it. Breaking it down and using it as a weapon would be risky, as if it would be unknown if they could find that material again. Maybe they could find a way to defeat those titans and strip them for their parts. Calvi walked past one of the door, but stopped in his tracks when he heard something fall. Calvi walked back to the door and placed his ear against it, hearing something moving in there. Someone was in there, but who could be in there? Calvi noticed that the door was unlocked and opened it to see Matthew working on the table, with a notebook, medical books, and medical equipment scattered everywhere. Matthew stopped what he was doing and turned to see the commander at the door. Calvi and Matthew stared at each other for a few moments. The commander was surprised to see the man wearing gloves. He held a vial in one hand and appeared to be holding a syringe in the other. Matthew's demeanor looked calm, but his eyes showed that he was screaming internally. Matthew, what are you doing? Calvi asked. I couldn't find a 5 milliliter pipette, Matthew answered. Third drawer to the right, Calvi told him. Matthew opened the drawer to find the pipettes and put down the syringe. As the man began pipetting the material from the vial, Calvi walked over to the table and saw his notebook splayed out with notes that were in his handwriting. Calvi reached for it, but Matthew placed a beaker on top of it. Wear gloves, Matthew ordered. Calvi searched the drawers before finding a spare pair of gloves. He put them on before pointing to the notebook. May I? Calvi asked. Matthew stared for a moment before lifting the beaker. It's in a different language. Why do that? Calvi asked. I don't want people reading it, Matthew answered. Calvi looked over the notes as Matthew grabbed a petri dish. Calvi raised an eyebrow in confusion. He didn't recognize any of the symbols or writing. What language is this? Calvi asked. It's indigenous, Matthew answered, it's not a common language. Are you from a dying culture? Calvi asked with curiosity. Something like that, Matthew answered. But what exactly are these calculations for? Calvi asked. I'm trying to find a cure for whatever cold has, Matthew answered. Calvi was amused. You're trying to find a cure for an Eldian. Calvi chuckled in response as Matthew placed the petri dish under a microscope. You know he can be replaced in an instant, right? Yes, Matthew answered. So why bother saving a devil's life? Calvi asked. This isn't just about saving Colt's life, Matthew reasoned, this is about warfare as well. Warfare? Calvi asked. You're not very bright, are you? Matthew said as he looked through the microscope. Excuse you? Calvi demanded, insulted by the man's proclamation. Cole picked this up from the colossal titan, Matthew declared, an unknown disease with a foreign source. How contagious is this? How fast can someone die from this? Does it affect a certain age group? We don't know. Matthew lifted his head and looked Calvi in the eye. This disease could affect everyone in Marley, both Marleyan and Eldian. This disease would be deadlier than any bullet or bomb. Calvi was stunned by the man's explanation. But you can't just make a cure overnight. I once created a virus and a cure for said virus, Matthew explained. Why you're serious? Calvi stuttered, that was never stated on your record. There's a lot of shit that isn't on my record, Matthew declared. Calvi was stunned. Not only was Matthew capable of physical and military prowl, he was just as intelligent. And based on what he was claiming, maybe even smarter than his top scientists. I'm intrigued, Calvi began. Of course, there needs to be proof of your claim. Calvi grabbed a chair and sat down. I would very much like to see you work. No, Matthew said, if you're here, then you're going to help. Are you ordering me around? Calvi demanded. Do you want an active cure for your soldiers or not? Matthew shot back. I do, Calvi relented. Then get me some ethanol, Matthew ordered. Meanwhile, the Survey Corps continued to stare at Kenshin as the food was being prepared for them in the room that they were in. Historia, Hanji, Kiyomi, Levi, and Taisho were all eating in a separate room because the villa table wasn't really designed to host that many guests in one room. Kenshin stood there quietly with his dogs by his side. He bowed respectfully to the servants as they finished preparing the meals and left the room. So, do we call you, Your Majesty? Jean asked. Please don't, Kenshin answered. But you're the prince dash. Just call me Kenshin, Kenshin interrupted Armin as he sat on the floor, let's just eat. The Survey Corps were still perplexed by the idea, but Mikasa quietly sat down next to Kenshin with little hesitation. This prompted the others to follow suit and sit down on the floor. They marveled at the variety before them, the white rice, the shrimp, the sushi, and pork. It all looked enticing. There are forks if you guys can't use the chopsticks, Kenshin informed as he began to pick out what he wanted. The Survey Corps began to pick and choose what they wanted. Sasha immediately went for the pork and took a bite. She nearly screamed and almost took the whole bowl, but Jean quickly stopped her and pulled her back. Not again. You are not hugging the food. Jean exclaimed, causing Sasha to bite his hand. Damn it. Not again. Jean yelled. Sasha, stop eating Jean. Connie shouted. I can ask the servants to bring more, Kenshin replied calmly. The trio suddenly felt embarrassed as they sat back down. Sorry, Sasha apologized. It's okay, Kenshin reassured, I'm just glad you guys liked it so much. So, can I ask why you decided to come to the island in the first place? Armin asked. Well, I wanted to see what the island was like myself, Kenshin answered. I couldn't exactly accept that the island was full of devils like popular belief says. And from what I've been hearing and seeing so far, you guys aren't devils at all. Just regular people. So why did you say you were Kiyomi's nephew? Jean asked him. I did have to justify being there, but I didn't want to say that I was the prince, Kenshin reasoned, that would have put a huge target on my back. Also, saying that I'm not really a person of importance allows for a more honest reaction to the people around me. I'm sure Queen Historia had people treat her differently when she was Crystal Lens. Wait, you know about that? Armin asked in surprise. You brought up that the queen was in the military, Kenshin reminded, so I had to ask why she was put in such a dangerous situation. Then she told me she was technically illegitimate, so that's where I stopped. That seemed too sensitive of a conversation from then on. Yeah, the coup was such a shitty time, Connie groaned. I'm sorry, the what? Kenshin demanded. Ignore him, Jean requested. I don't understand why you're still trying to be so nice, Eren finally spoke. I have no reason to be hostile towards allies, Kenshin reasoned. Yet Mikasa could very well take the throne from you, and you're playing nice so that she won't, Eren hissed. Stop, Mikasa warned. I'd gladly give my throne to Mikasa, Kenshin declared with little hesitation. The Survey Corps stared in shock before Connie spoke up. Bullshit. I'm being serious, Kenshin insisted. I know that the throne was never mine, and the public doesn't really respect our lineage and what we've had to do in order to survive in this changing environment. I think Mikasa taking the throne would be beneficial as it would create a healthy alliance between Paradis and Hizuru. Mikasa also displays good qualities of leadership like kindness and humility and can very clearly kick anyone's ass if she wanted to. She's kind, she's considerate of others, and she would make a good queen. Mikasa felt her cheeks heat up while everyone else was stunned by Kenshin's response. I don't believe you, Eren declared. Believe what you want, Kenshin responded. It's clear that no response I give you will ever be satisfying. I'm not going to force my beliefs on someone who refuses to understand it. Eren glared at Kenshin while Kenshin kept his neutral expression as he took another bite out of his meal. Hey, Sasha spoke, trying to cut the tension. Do you have alcohol? Are you allowed to drink? We have sake, Kenshin answered, but that's pretty aggressive. Drinking it now would get us all into trouble. Ah, Connie whined. I can sneak one for you, Kenshin offered. Yes. Sasha grinned. Historia quietly ate across from Taisho while Kiyomi sat on the Emperor's left. Meanwhile, Hanji was sitting next to Historia and Levi remained standing in the corner of the room. Hanji hummed in delight as they chewed their shrimp while Levi just stuck with white rice. He was content nonetheless. Your Majesty, this meal is wonderful, Historia praised. Thank you. It was the least we could do after your journey here, Taisho said. I do thank you for returning Ambassador Kiyomi and my son safely. We would never harm our allies, Historia declared. I am glad to have that reassurance, Taisho nodded. There's been paranoia and superstition. I can't be blamed for being cautious. Well, I'm glad that we're beginning to come to an understanding, Historia said. Your reputation is interesting, Taisho continued. Immediately after you took the throne, you extended your efforts to providing housing and food to orphans and the homeless. Unfortunately, my father had his priorities focused on keeping his financial suppliers happy, Historia declared. Even so, your work is very noble, Taisho declared. Thank you, Historia said to him. Taisho then turned his attention to Hanji. And you work with the Metal Titans on a daily basis. I am the commander of the Survey Corps, but I am a person of knowledge and science, Hanji declared. Then you must live a very charmed life, walking among titans like Optimus Prime, Taisho assumed. I can't deny that it is quite exciting to learn about Optimus and all the other Cybertronians, Hanji said. It's a different world with different cultures and beliefs. It's a very enriching experience. Then you must know everything about them and their home, Taisho pressed. Hanji nearly laughed and quickly covered their mouth. Absolutely not. The Cybertronian race is millions of years old. We could live full lives on our world, but only the equivalent of a decade would go by for them. Millions? Taisho asked in surprise. Very much so, Hanji answered. There's so much to cover and understand that half of the time I don't even know what to ask because some of their terms don't exist on our world. Well, Archie did inform us that space was infinite in theory, Taisho recalled. Not even they know the limitations of the universe. A place without end is terrifying, but thrilling, Hanji smiled. There's so much more to explore and discover. I still wish that Optimus Prime was able to attend today's meeting, Taisho admitted. Well, you can always come to the island, like your kid said, Levi spoke. Taisho didn't reply to that as he noticed the 3D gear that Levi was wearing. The equipment that you wear, that is what you use to fight titans. Is it not? It is, Hanji answered. We've been making updates as we go along. There have been other models of the 3D maneuver gear, and we're trying to make it faster and more efficient to go up against Marley's titans. It does look different than the one Ambassador Kiyomi acquired from Zeke Yeager, Taisho noted. Levi froze while Hanji turned their attention to Kiyomi. You had 3D gear from Zeke? Hanji asked in surprise. That was how we learned about the Ice Burst Stone in the first place, Kiyomi reminded. He handed me someone's 3D gear he acquired from the island. The one incident he came to the island was during an attack, Levi declared. That we know of, Hanji added. Marley has had a habit of sending in their warriors as spies. We do have the model hidden here, if you would like to take a look at it, Taisho offered. Really? Hanji asked in surprise. Why would you have the model here of all places? Historia asked. Very few know about this location, Taisho explained as he set down his food and stood up. If I were to leave such a device in the castle and someone were to stumble upon it, there would be questions raised and we would be exposed. Now if you would please come with me. Hanji quickly stood up and followed the Emperor with Levi right behind them. Historia decided to remain behind with Kiyomi as Levi shut the door behind him. The three traveled down the hall before Taisho opened a door, revealing a flight of stairs downward towards the basement. The three traveled downward and saw the basement full of books and other ancient artifacts. A lot of stuff down here, Your Majesty, Hanji remarked as Taisho pulled out a box that was up against the wall before picking it up and setting it on the table. Even if it is slightly disorganized, it is a safe location, Taisho declared as he opened the box and pulled out the main engine of the 3D gear. Hanji stared in utter horror at the gear while Levi stared in surprise. This is the 3D gear procured by Zeke Yeager, Taisho explained. We did take it apart to remove the ice burst stone before putting the device back together. We were hoping that you would tell us how the ice burst stone worked or even how this 3D gear worked, so that we could improve our defenses in the event Marley comes to invade our shores. Taisho looked to Hanji, and saw the marked expression of fear and horror in their eyes. He could see that their hands were trembling, and that they looked ready to cry. They gulped nervously before giving a rather unnerving laugh. Did Zeke ever tell Kiyomi specifically how he got this? Hanji asked. No, it never came up, Taisho responded. I see, Hanji merely replied before turning their attention to Taisho. How much do you want for it? Excuse me? Taisho asked in surprise. Hanji, Levi began. How much? Hanji insisted. Is it money? Do you want a higher percentage of Energon? I can talk to Optimus about it. I'm sure he'd understand. Commander, you would already have this older model on the island, Taisho reminded. We would need this for further analysis because we lack this kind of technology. That's right, we don't need to negotiate anything, Levi said with warning. Then how about a trade? Hanji suggested as they began to unhook her 3D gear. I'll give you mine for that. Hanji, stop. Levi ordered them as he grabbed their wrist. Please, Hanji begged to the Emperor, please, just let me take this gear back with me. I'll do anything. Taisho could see the desperation and despair in their eyes while Levi was trying to hold her back from doing anything reckless. Taisho then turned his attention to the gear before looking back at Hanji. This was something personal. Beyond personal. Taisho placed the 3D gear back in the box and closed it before pushing it over to them. Take it. What? Levi questioned. What I was shown today was more than enough promise to accept Optimus Prime's proposal, Taisho explained. Zeke's proposal will still need to be taken into consideration if something goes wrong, but today was a fulfilling and productive day. You have also earned my trust because you have returned my son and my ambassador home safely. That is more than enough for you to take this. Hanji picked up the box and held it close to their chest, causing them to almost burst into tears. Thank you. Taisho nodded in response. Levi, we're going to head home, Hanji told him quietly before bowing to Taisho. Thank you for your hospitality. You are welcome, Taisho bowed in return. Wheeljack was continuing to analyze the Energon Archie acquired while Archie sat atop of the ship, watching the villa with a careful optic for any suspicious activity. She grew tense when she saw the humans emerging from the villa. Historia was nodded and shaking the Emperor's hand and the children seemed to be content, but Archie noticed that Hanji looked rather despondent. They were looking down solemnly, holding a box close to their chest while Levi stared at them with visible concern. Archie jumped down as the Survey Corps made their way back to the ship. She grabbed Sasha's shoulder, causing the woman to look up at her. Everything went fine, right? Archie asked. We had a pretty good time, Sasha answered. We even managed to sneak in a bottle of alcohol. I don't know why the commander's holding a box though. Archie watched as Hanji sat down in the corner of the ship, still holding the box close to their chest. Archie didn't know what to make of it as she made her way to the passenger seat. Taisho watched the jackhammer hover into the air before taking off at high speeds towards the direction of the island. I told you they weren't devils, Kenshin declared as he walked up to his father with his arms crossed. Taisho groaned in response. Fine. You were right. They weren't devils. Why did you give the equipment Kiyomi procured back to them? Kenshin asked in a serious tone. I thought you wanted to keep it. I did, Taisho agreed, but something told me that the equipment belonged to someone they knew. And Zeke Yeager got it from the island, Kenshin recalled. That could have very easily been during one of those classified Marley attacks. Meaning dash. Zeke Yeager personally played a hand in the murder of one of their own before taking his method of survival, Taisho declared. Marley. I need to turn in for the night, Matthew declared, causing Calvi to stop handing him another set of gloves. You've made so much progress, Calvi insisted as he gestured to the pages full of notes. I'm tired, Matthew hissed. I can't finish this formula if my mind is completely shot. I'll need to work on this tomorrow, but I understand if I have my other obligations. Calvi shook his head. You are right. This can benefit Marley long term. I'll let you continue this work tomorrow without any disturbances. Hopefully, you can create more results. Matthew nodded in response as Calvi stood up. Thank you. Awfully polite of you, Calvi remarked as he walked out of the room. Megatron took the notebook he was writing in and hid it in one of the drawers, covering it with a messy stack of papers. Hopefully no one enters this room and makes an effort to investigate. Thankfully, Marley doesn't know about maroon Cybertronian ships. They wouldn't be able to recognize his writing as the Decepticon language used for the war. Megatron deactivated the hollow form and flew back towards the island. Hopefully, he could actually sleep in the neutral ship. Optimus awaited for the jackhammer's arrival at the port with Amir sitting on his shoulder. All other military officials returned to their stations, so it was only the two of them awaiting their return. The two heard the familiar hum of the ship as it drew closer and closer to the island. Amir sighed with relief as the ship landed in front of them and the door opened. Optimus held out his hand to Amir and set her down on the ground. Amir jumped out before running towards Historia as the Survey Corps made their way out of the ship. Amir hugged Historia, causing the Queen to smile and hug her back. Did the trip go well? Optimus asked, before noticing Hanji's despondent expression while holding a box in their arms. What happened? That's what I want to know, Levi demanded as he turned to Hanji. You nearly shit the bed when the Emperor showed us that 3D gear. Why did the Emperor have 3D gear? Armin asked. Zeke had it when he gave it to Kiyomi, Levi explained bluntly as Hanji set the box on the ground and opened it to reveal the equipment. They looked at it with sadness as they held it tenderly in their hands before standing up. Levi, you don't recognize this? Hanji asked quietly. Levi didn't reply to that as Hanji's hands were trembling violently. Levi, this is Mike Zacharias 3D gear, Hanji declared. Check the description for the links to the author.